Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30A, Section 20, the governor and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Salem City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for the remote participation by members of the public and or the parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the city's website at www.salem.com. No in-person attendance of the members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, or provide comment during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Individuals may participate remotely in the meeting via a remote participation platform called Zoom. Members of the public and or parties with the right and or requirement to attend this meeting may access the remote participation meeting through any one of the following ways. They can enter the link on the Zoom on the website, or they can click the link that's on the website. Participants also can dial in to the toll-free number 1-888-475-4499, and then when they're asked to join the meeting, they can enter the webinar ID number of 897-2465-9996. And for those dialing in, when you're asked if you want to comment during the public comment period, that we have a bunch of public hearings relative to a couple different matters that the public may want to, if they're dialing in, they need to use the *9 to raise their hand to be able to speak. Anyone using the Zoom platform on their computer, there is a raise your hand function that we will be utilizing during the public comment period. And I also want to say for the record that any procedural matter that we take up during our meeting, I have all of you on my screen. And rather than on certain parts of the meeting, like on acceptance of a report, very typically it's all those in favor, all those opposed, and typically it's, unless someone's opposed, if you're opposed, I would then suggest you unmute yourself and be recorded as opposed. Other than that, I'm just going to look at the screen and see my 10 hands and realize that that vote was to keep the meeting going. Obviously, on the matters that need to require a roll call vote, we will do so. This meeting is, also let it be known that this meeting is live on SATV. April 23rd, 2020 City Council regular meeting. A regular meeting of the Salem City Council is being held remotely Thursday, April 23rd, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on April 21st, 2020 at 10:27 a.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV and on the Zoom platform. Currently, all councilors are there. I'm here, but you guys are there. Council President McCarthy residing. I now ask that Councilor Flynn has moved to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? All those opposed? I see no one opposed, so therefore the matter carries. I now request that everyone please rise and pledge allegiance, led by Councilor Dibble. And there's the flag. Councilor Dibble, you need to unmute yourself.
Guys, meet me at the back. Literally, I'm jumping back here. You should see me.
Go ahead, Councilor Dibble.
Literally at the back of the crowd.
Yeah, would you please call
ahead.
another counselor, because I need to sit down and hold a button in order to talk to you.
Okay, I will then call on Councilor Sargent. Councilor Sargent.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and the republic, which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Guys, turn around.
Now recognize Councilor Mazzillo. I now recognize Councilor Mazzillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion that we go out of order to page 17.
Councilor Mazzillo has made a motion to go out of order to page 17. Seeing no objection, Councilor Mastillo. Could you just read what the page 17 is the mayor, correct?
Yeah, the communication from mayor to address the council relative to an update on the COVID-19 outbreak.
The record reflect the councilor that Mayor Driscoll is with us, along with Dave Greenbaum, the health agent, as well as Dominic Pongalo, the mayor's chief of staff. Mayor Driscoll.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to come before you and offer a few updates with respect to the city's response to COVID-19. I'm going to ask Dave if he could start off. We have typically began our update meetings with an update from the health director, explaining where we're at from a public health perspective right now vis-a-vis COVID-19 and Salem residents. Dave, do you want to give folks an update?
Yep. So as of about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Salem has a total of 304 cases. Of those cases, 236 are active. 68 have cleared their isolation or quarantine period. We have a total of 13 deaths. Today we had 15 new cases confirmed and 0 new deaths confirmed.
So in speaking with Dave and certainly having access to some of the best epidemiologists in the state, if not the country, as dire as those reports are in terms of the number still turning to climb, and frankly 13 deaths is 13 too many in terms of Salem residents. The modeling is showing that we are where folks expected us to be in terms of hitting a surge and being at a peak. It was right around the 17th to the 20th. This is that time period. We're still there. One of the reasons that Dave and local health professionals as well as state health professionals are so cognizant about looking at these numbers on a regular basis, it's because it helps tell the story of where we're at, not just as a community, but as a state. I think we're continuing to see numbers rise, but we're all hoping that we're at this peak right now and that we're going to see things start to go down over the course of the next weeks. Is that fair, Dave, from the folks that you're talking with in the public health world?
Yep, it's absolutely fair. And I think that what we're seeing is that we are in that period where it's not a completely flat line as we apex. It's kind of up and down. And we were down over the weekend, and at the midweek point, we went up again. So the next 5 to 7 days, we'll see how that line goes. Hopefully it flattens out a little bit more, but I think that we are pretty much right where we were predicted to be as we came into this period of time.
Yeah, if I have the ability to share my screen, I'll just share a few other items if that is okay. Eileen, am I a host? Can I do that now?
I can make you a host. Yeah.
All right, sorry. We'll continue plodding along. Let me know as soon as I am, and then I'll share a couple of those, because it certainly, you can see the trajectory, and also want to share with folks some of the more staggering numbers we got around unemployment and some of the work that's underway.
Sorry, you're all set.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I should have let you know ahead of time, so apologies. Let's make sure we got the right screen on, share. So can folks see, that's obviously the current case count that David just went through. We continue to monitor things on a daily basis as well, and you can see some of this is just a function of reporting. Safe to say, Dave, when things come in, it doesn't necessarily always mean that that was the exact date. There's a little bit of a gap, fair to say, with respect to when things were reported?
Yeah, I definitely think that's fair to say, because there is a lag time in our statewide reporting system. And so that other people, watching, and the city council understands too, that we are working with the Community Tracing Collaborative, who is Partners in Health, to do a lot of our contact tracing and case investigation. So when they input their information into the system, we get some better information. So there may be a day or two lag in the numbers, but we do feel like we're in the spot where we were predicted to be as we entered this week.
And good news is we're seeing more people recovering. As we indicated in the past, the vast majority of Salem residents who contract COVID are recuperating at home. It doesn't mean that the hospital isn't busy serving not only Salem, but a regional population. But thankfully, most of the people who come down with this virus are able to recuperate at home and don't need hospitalization. And we're seeing more folks recover. Dave, do you have the latest update? I maybe said it, I missed it, in terms of folks that we know have come through both their quarantine period and their full recovery.
Yes, we have 8 total who have cleared isolation or quarantine period as of this afternoon.
Right. And so I think I may have shown this slide to council members in the past. As we start to, obviously we're still in the throes of trying to understand COVID impacts in our community, want to do everything we can to exercise precautions, do as much as possible to cut down on transmissions and flatten that curve. We heard from Dave Roberts earlier this week that, good news, they're busy, but it feels like they're well able to equipped, both in staffing and equipment and PPE to address the surge. We've also got the relief valve, as we talked about at the last meeting, with both the Brigham and the General. So I think when I spoke with him on Friday, he told me there were about 40 patients that had already been transferred over to the Brigham. And that's really just to make sure that North Shore Medical Center can offer that high quality, that high standard of care they want for ICU patients. It certainly does not mean they are not busy. They had 30 odd patients in ICU on Friday. That's, as we've talked about in the past, normally they're in the range of 6 to 8. So it's a significant increase. The ICU has been expanded 3 times, but they do have a relief valve if things get really, really busy. And that's a nice feeling in terms of the surge protection. And if we're at that level, which most folks think we are right now, there's an ability to handle it in a crunch. But nonetheless, busier than the hospital's ever been, but nonetheless, folks working really hard and doing a good job there. Let me just pivot for a minute, because I think we've given the media and some of the attention around recovery efforts. The weather's getting warmer. It's harder to think about this sort of shutdown process that we're in being in place for a while. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case. I just thought I would highlight a couple of things from the business community with respect to the desire to open up and some of the strategies we're really trying to understand that we can put in play to assist our small business community. And, I should also say that the small business community in Salem, much like residents that we also want to have some targeted relief for, and I'll touch upon that, and homeowners, it's a big part of who we are. It's part of our community ethos. The small business owners we have here, our neighbors and friends. This survey that was taken by small businesses or sent out to small businesses, this was back in March before the governor extended the stay-at-home order to May. So folks are really struggling. You can see that nearly half of the businesses said, we're not really sure we're going to be able to survive this closure if it extends into May. And then lo and behold, it extended into May. So we're definitely trying to assess what our small business community needs are and understand what the loss in small businesses would mean to Salem. If we are able to get to a point where we're going to safely reopen, I should say able, we are going to get to that point, but it's going to take some time. We want to make sure we have businesses to safely reopen. And we are trying to work hard to understand the needs of the business community, what the benefits are in terms of revenues to our city, and determine what kind of relief valve we can offer for small businesses in combination with state and federal officials. One of the more startling numbers, and it certainly plays into the last slide, is just the 1-month unemployment swing that we've seen here in Salem. We were pretty blown away when we saw this number that, in February, which feels like a long time ago now, we had a 3.2% unemployment rate in Salem. That's one of the lowest rates, certainly, that Salem's ever seen. And now in a 1-month swing, that's at 14.3%. So you've gone from 793 people unemployed in our community as captured by the Workforce Investment Board to almost 5 times higher in 1 month at 3,560. And I think that obviously demonstrates just how crushing the turnoff to the economy this illness has been. So I'm going to take that down because I don't really like looking at that number, although it's very accurate. And just pivot a little bit to the desire to open up, because I hear the drumbeat, I understand it, and we're trying to provide people with the best information we have based on the discussions we're in, both with those public health officials, real experts, state officials, and industry. And some of the feedback that we've been getting, I shared this with some of the counselors previously, so if it's a repeat for you, my apologies, but the mantra around testing that you're hearing both here in Massachusetts and by just about every governor in the country is really tied to that being the key to thinking about when we can have a safe reopening. We're measuring really closely the number of positive cases that happen on a daily basis coming into not only our community, but statewide. And one of the metrics that many of the epidemiologists also think is important is not just the number of positive cases. That's one component. But the more you test, the more positive cases you're going to have. And the governor's done a really good job of trying to maximize testing here in Massachusetts. So we are testing more people. It's still not a broad testing protocol. You have to meet certain thresholds, which means just not anybody can walk in and get tested. But it has increased. Thus, we've also seen an increase in the number of cases. I'll also say that the epidemiologists talking to us really think we also need to be focused on the percentage of positives coming out of those tests. And by that, I mean, it's not just those raw numbers in terms of volume of people tested that are coming out positive, but what percentage of those tested? Is it 30%? Is it 50%? Is it 10%? And really trying to look at that metric to help us have an indication of what's happening transmission-wise. So it'd be better if we had broad testing and then saw really low thresholds of positive percentages coming out of those tests. Until we have broad testing, you sort of have to model what you have. So broad testing to show the number of cases decreasing is helpful. Percentages of positive going down from the folks that are being tested is helpful. One of the pivots when we start to think about reopening that public health officials and industry professionals, and I think city and town and local health professionals are thinking about is, do we have a reliable surveillance method to really detect if we have new outbreaks? It's not uncommon for pandemics to sort of have a surge and then a low point and then a rebound. We want to make sure we're protecting ourselves from that rebound. And in order to do so, you want to be able to have some kind of surveillance. I use the analogy of the flu. We often know if it's going to be a good flu season or a bad flu season. We know physicians are taking that information in when they're seeing patients. There's a way to report it. It's really hard to do that with COVID because we know there's asymptomatic transmissions that happen and we aren't doing broad testing. So knowing exactly if it's snuck back into your community or you're seeing an outbreak in a particular area is tricky. But it is something that public health officials feel like we really need to have a handle on, along with not just a surveillance, but a plan to address what happens if there is an outbreak detected. So if you do realize that you're seeing things on the upswing, what do you do to think about that? Are you staggering restart schedules for everything from restaurants, retailers, schools, planning for an expectation that you might have to have some shutdowns if you see certain triggers? I call that that response, that outbreak. I thought the analogy that was used in talking to me about it was a thermostat. You want to be able to turn it up and turn it down so it meets the temperature that you need to be at. And we really don't have a solid way to do that right now. I know a lot of folks are working really hard to think about what are those indicators, how would we know from a surveillance perspective, and then what are the sorts of actions we take? Do we go back to physical distancing? Do we never stop physical distancing? Or do we never stop things like facial coverings? What are those mechanisms that we need to keep in place to know that we're doing all that we can to prevent this from coming back, certainly until there is a vaccine available. So those are some of the efforts that are underway to help us think about a safe reopening date. And for me, that means that is likely to be some time away. The emergency order is in place till May 4th. I know we're actively in discussions with the governor and his staff around what does it look like in terms of their landscape. And the expectation on all accounts right now is likely to be beyond May 4th before we're back to an opening mode. And when we do go back to that opening mode, it's not just going to be back full steam where we were before, but much more of a staggered approach so that perhaps the same thresholds that are used for grocery stores would be applied to restaurants and retailers and other businesses. One of the things that they've really asked cities and towns to think about in some of these discussions is where can we see the likelihood of another outbreak? Where are those large crowds gathering? Or how do you prevent that from happening if we get back to a safe reopening? Things like the train station. All right, do we need to think about additional precautions there? That's a place where a lot of people may be. If Boston's open for work and we're all starting to head back down a path of some kind of a normal routine, we're going to be identifying where are those other areas and what are some of the precautions we need to take as a city to try and protect ourselves, knowing that we're not going to have the gold standard. It's likely not going to be exactly perfect. And we're all going to be wrestling with this balance between wanting to have as much assurances as we can from a public health perspective, but knowing that we're probably not ever going to get to 100%. And there's also a cost to having the economy, not working. and just curtail the way it is right now for long periods of time. So a lot of good thinking going on in this arena, trying to work together. I think the thing I'm most hopeful is that we're going to be aligned, both local leaders, state public health officials, state government, and industry. What we can't have is Boston opening up for being allowed to have gatherings for 200 people or more, and Salem only having 100 people or more, or Cambridge saying we're going to open restaurants. We're going to pull a Georgia, right, and open restaurants, and Somerville saying, no, that's not going to work for us. We want to have an opportunity to do something that makes sense, even if it's from a regional basis. You might see something different going on. I could see out in Western Mass, a little different character of neighborhoods out there and perhaps different needs, but we want to make sure we're aligned in some way, and as opposed to 351 cities and towns doing 351 different things and a different rule for one restaurant in one city and another and a different one in another. So stay tuned. There's, like I said, a lot of good thinking going on in that. And we're really hopeful that we've got some of the best healthcare professionals, really strong aligned state government, closely seeing local city leaders and public health officials as partners. So I'm really confident we're going to be able to get there. I think nobody just has a crystal ball as to when. And there's definitely a desire and to have it happen sooner rather than later. But I think the one caveat we all use is how do we do it safely, right? We don't want to do it twice. We want to do it right. We want to do it once. So our hope is we'll be able to provide more information as we go forward. But I just wanted you to know there's certainly folks working on it. But because we think this is going to take a little bit longer than we all want, we really do feel like we have to focus on how to provide relief now for people. We've got huge unemployment numbers. You just saw a snapshot of that. We have businesses that, for the most part, we don't have a lot of chains in Salem. These are small business owners. They're hanging on by their fingernails. We don't want to get to the point where we finally have a safe reopening date and there's nobody available. So I know we've been talking to the council about offering relief. We think that we've got a plan in place to at least provide some targeted assistance. It'll be rolled out tomorrow and finalized on the website at salem.com/start. And that START stands for Salem Together Assistance and Recovery Toolkit. And it will consist of a couple of different things. And I want to say this is not the end of our toolkit efforts. It's just the beginning. One is looking at income eligible renters impacted by COVID to provide some rental relief and assistance. We've got some federal funding that will contribute to that as part of the CDBG CARES effort. We're also trying to pool some additional resources, perhaps through CPA. There'll be an application going in for that. And the expectation that there'll be some additional federal relief dollars coming, we hope. But we think we can start out right away with allowing up to 2 months of assistance for folks who are qualified for rental relief assistance, somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 a month, maximum of $1,000, to try and provide people with some additional resources to help offset rental costs if, in fact, they haven't been able to get assistance from their landlord. We've heard from many residential landlords who are doing all that they can to provide assistance, and we hope that will continue. But we also know that's not the only avenue or the only way to address tenant needs. Many landlords have expenses and aren't really able to offer a lot of relief, and so we want to try and provide some additional assistance. We're also looking at trying to help those micro and small businesses impacted by COVID. We had a lot of businesses that were in the black and were doing successful when they had customers. And COVID the spigot just stopped, right? It wasn't a slow ramp down. It was just pretty immediate. And they're hurting, whether it's inventory costs, their own lease costs that they may have, or in fact, just paying employees or paying themselves. Many of these are businesses that are 5 employees or less. So we've utilized some of the federal funding to set up grants for small businesses, up to $5,000 and $10,000 increments, looking again at trying to target needs for those who have some ability to continue in business. I shouldn't say some ability. We want every business that's here now to stay healthy. We think there's a real cost to having windows that are dark and not being here, especially businesses that were successful and doing well and are just so negatively impacted by COVID. So we think this is one targeted assessment. We have businesses that go beyond the micro business level, larger employers. We definitely want to work with those folks too. That's probably going to be more of a package with state and federal resources, and we've had some really good dialogue with the state about their efforts to assist medium-sized businesses. And so more to come on these fronts, but given the local unemployment numbers and many of them tied to some of our micro and small businesses, and many of the micro and small businesses also not really being able to qualify for the federal PPP program. We had a number of businesses who it just doesn't work for them, either because they don't have a lot of full-time employees or mortgages or the things that qualify you within that PPP range. So these will be up tomorrow to start providing some assistance right away for tenants. We've also been working with several of our local banks and hope to expand the list to provide the 3-month mortgage furlough. Many of you may have read about that in Boston, that Mayor Walsh had negotiated some agreements with local banks that Boston homeowners would be able to sort of extend 3 months of up to 3 months of mortgage payments with no late fees, no interest, and no big lump sum due in 3 months. In essence, just sort of expanding the time frame of their mortgage payment by 3 months. We've been fortunate in that both Eastern Bank and Salem 5 thus far have said they can offer obviously those same benefits to Salem residents. We'll be reaching out to others and we'll incorporate that into the salem.com/start website, so folks sort of have one place to go to identify resources that work for them. And again, I want to stress this is a start. We know there's a lot more work to do, but we wanted to get some immediate help for renters who are really struggling, for small businesses that we know are hanging on by their fingernails, and also to provide relief for homeowners, in addition to some of the things we've already done, which have mostly been deferring deadlines for payments and extending timelines for payments and offering payment plans for our own city payments that might be due. So the last thing I'll just talk about is schools. Obviously earlier this week, the governor extended what I call the closing of the buildings. School is still in session, but the buildings are closed. I think many people were expecting that, but it still felt really tough to hear that we're not going to have school for the rest of the year, especially for graduating seniors, students who have worked so hard, their whole public school careers, and they're not really getting the end of the year they thought. We really want to make sure we're also supporting families who are juggling a lot, trying to support their student learning through remote means, but also trying to work, trying to deal with their own COVID concerns. And the school department is really thinking about how we can better serve families in a couple of different ways, especially now that we know we're not coming back into school. We don't have to plan for coming back May 4th. We really understand we're going to be at least out of in-person school through the remainder of the year. Some of that has to do with closing the digital divide. We still have about 215 families that don't have access to the internet. And so we're working with Comcast on a program to make sure those folks do have internet access. Many of the remote learning opportunities that we're offering need to be available to everybody to be equitable. So we expect to have an agreement with Comcast in the next week that will enable families who qualify for the Internet Essentials program. It's a real low-cost, low-dollar program to access it much quicker and to provide some subsidies and assurances with respect to folks who need that. We've also working closely with the Housing Authority and the CDC to see in those buildings how we might be able to make for more robust Wi-Fi services, some of which they're already offering if necessary. And lastly, we're trying to work with partners. We've got so many rich partners in Salem, both the PEM, the National Park Service, our own Salem Public Library, and Salem State, on really tapping their brain power to think about how we can have students outside, but not in a group, not congregating, maintaining, safe physical distancing, but just taking advantage of the opportunities to get outside. As the weather gets warmer, it's really hard. Any of us who have children, any of us as adults, this craving to get out. So trying to work with them to identify ways that we can get students out, visiting some of these sites in a way that makes sense, again, with physical distancing, things like scavenger hunts, amazing races, just to give you some idea of what those things are. And, everyone has really stepped up. I guess I just want to end with, I feel really fortunate to be mayor in a community that not only has a rich array of partners, but a real willingness where everyone is doing whatever they can to be helpful. And it gives me a great deal of hope. Like, we're going to get through this. We've been in tough times. The budget's going to be a mess next year. We're going to have to really work hard to understand how we can, support the services that residents, rely on, while also recognizing about 50% of our revenues are going to be impacted. And, despite the tough fiscal constraints we're in and number of residents are in, I really do feel like we're committed to maintaining, a healthy quality of life here. And if that means providing the sorts of assistance that we're talking about this evening to residents, neighbors, small business owners, and others, that we're going to find a way to do that and find a way to just come together to get through, not only get through COVID, but to make sure we're prepared for, the renaissance that comes after. This is going to be with us for a while. We're trying to be smart about it, but I'm really hopeful that we're going to have an opportunity to come back to the community that we were just a month ago. As hard as it has been, it's been a long 6 weeks. But I'm pretty comfortable if we're working together the way we are, that we've got a pretty bright future here. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions, or if there's any comments or ideas and suggestions. I should also say I really want to thank the council for their partnership. We've got folks involved in different activities. Appreciate the chance to update you and to learn from you. If there are ways that we can tackle things in a better fashion, we want to hear from you. I think that's the only way we are going to get through this, is by relying on each other. So thanks.
If I could, Mayor?
Yeah, please.
You just touched on it briefly. I think Councilor Sargent and myself are the only two members of the council that were here 12, 13, 14 years ago when, we weren't in as good fiscal times as we have been over the last 10 to 12 years. And just from being and participating in the meetings for the last month, basically, and listening to the department heads and yourself, and can you just give everyone a brief overview of what we can expect come budget season? I mean, typically we'll be getting the budget usually sometime in May. Obviously by then, usually we have numbers coming back from the state. We know that the state is going to be really delayed on bringing their budget forth, and how that's going to impact us as we move forward, and how we prepare, and what would be the expectations of the council coming into June. I mean, I think we're going to be under a short cycle to approve a budget. That's even if you get it to us. So you touched on it briefly during your remarks, but I think that's for this body as we move forward and we start to ramp back up as a community. I mean, obviously there are certain things that, when you touched on the revenues, when you start talking hotel, motel tax, meals tax, parking revenue, the list goes on and on. I mean, we could sit here and talk about it, but how we're going to prepare ourselves for that, from June on.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to share some insights. So this fiscal year, we're currently in fiscal year 20. The fourth quarter is just a mess, to be honest with you. You mentioned some of the revenue streams, Counselor: hotel, motel, meals taxes, cannabis, parking revenues, just about every revenue you can think about, building permit fees, things like that you would typically see either ramping up or doing pretty well in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year, are all down significantly and have tanked pretty hard. But we think we're going to be okay this fiscal year. We've also put in place some freezes, have got some savings in certain areas to get us through this fiscal year. That'll be June 30th. The real worry, frankly, is next fiscal year. I think many of you on the council realize sort of the revenue streams that come into our city to help support the budget. About half of the city revenues come in from property taxes. We've always had a pretty solid property tax payment rate, somewhere around 98% of property taxes are collected. And so we're hopeful that will remain strong, although there's a little bit of a wild card depending upon the number of people who are out, if they're struggling to make their property tax payments and or their mortgage payments, and sometimes those are linked. But we feel like that's a pretty solid revenue stream generally. The other property revenues that support the budget, 25%, and I'm using broad numbers, but these are pretty close estimates. It might be 26, it might be 23, but it's in that range. Come from the state, from state aid, and that's a real wild card, mostly because the state doesn't know how much aid they're going to be getting right now. They're even having trouble getting their budget process really moving forward. So we're not expecting that we're going to actually know what the state budget is until maybe even August. Not knowing what that 25% will be, we're going to push hard. And Joan Lovely and Paul Tucker are terrific to work with. They've been local officials. They understand the need to have some kind of a bottom. And so I know they'll be advocating for this, but the state really just may not be in a position to tell us because they've got such a strong fluctuation of revenues between the federal government, federal relief, and their own hole to dig out of. All of those things that we have holes in, they have holes in as well in terms of revenue streams. So 25% is definitely unsure right now, and hopefully something that can come together over the course of the next few weeks, if not months. The really tricky part is we're anticipating state revenues going down, not going up. So that's 25% of our budget that will be decreasing. The other 25% of our budget comes from local revenues. Those are the things we talked about already, the building permits to parking to meals and hotels. And it's really hard to know what that's going to be at, but I think it's a fair bet to say it's going to be down. So those are going to be reduced. And we're going to have to build a budget knowing that about half of our revenues are either unsure or significantly down. The good news is I think we've certainly worked hard to try and build up some rainy day reserves. Not to say that that can completely close the gap. We're going to have to really have a tight budget. We'll probably have to make some reductions in our budget. We've tried to spare personnel because, frankly, for us, when we cut personnel, the unemployment costs, we're not part of an unemployment insurance pool. The vast majorities in cities and towns are not, which means in order to get to what we're trying to save, we actually have to cut deeper when it comes to personnel. So we'll be looking hard at what kind of room and latitude we have, and we'll be working not only with the council, but with our collective bargaining unions, our employees, trying to develop efficiencies even more than we already have in place, and ways that we can offer savings. Generally, you are right, the budget comes back to the council. Usually we try and get it to you for the second meeting in May. I think that we are more likely going to be looking at your first meeting in June. And given some of the unknowns, I would expect we'd almost have a truncated process if possible, because I don't think there's going to be a lot for the council to cut in this budget. We're going to have to really streamline. The one area I think we're also trying to get our arms around are capital needs. There are definitely some capital costs that we know we are going to have to expend dollars on, some of which we have grants for and others that will move forward. And we're talking right now about maybe a stretch capital budget, like what might some of the expenses we know we have to have, and then other expenses that we wouldn't necessarily pull the trigger on until January, when we'd have at least 2 quarters under our belt, a better understanding of where the state government is, any federal reimbursements that are coming. From what we're picking up out of DC, it's been pretty clear that the Senate leadership does not support any reimbursement to the state or cities and towns for lost revenues related to COVID. They will pay for expenses, but there was a big battle just earlier this week in the Senate about not reimbursing, but making up lost revenues to locals, both at the state level and at the city level. And that came back as a pretty hard no. So we're not anticipating that we're going to have additional federal relief that will make up for those lost revenues. So we've been through tough budgets before. The one thing that makes this one different is when we've had deficits, we sort of knew where the bottom was. That was your deficit, and that's the number you had to build off of. There's a lot of lack of clarity about what's going to happen. What's the consumer habit going to be? Are people going to go out to eat? Are folks going to be staying in hotels? Is there going to be a business for that? So it's really hard to plan for the revenue impacts because we're just not really sure where some of those things are going to land. But we have to have a budget. We will have a budget, and we'll certainly work together cooperatively with you and many others to make that the case.
Thank you. Any other member of the council wish to ask the mayor a question before we get going with the rest of the meeting? Seeing none. Why does SATV staff have their hand raised?
I don't know, I'm trying to email him.
Okay. Well, I don't know what he
I
wants.
can let him in, I feel like.
You can ask. I don't know why he keeps raising his hand.
Alan, can you unmute yourself? Do you have a problem with that?
Sorry.
That's
I
okay.
am recording for SATV, but I have a question. Alan Hanscom, 82 Washington Square, for the mayor. I just
Hold on, this is only for SATV if there was an issue with broadcasting. So right now we're not taking questions for the mayor.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alan, I'll be happy to follow up with you. You can email me, mayor@salem.com, if you want,
Okay.
and we can get you an
Thank
answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Mayor. David, thank you. David, go home and get some sleep. Well, you're at home.
I'm at home.
There's a big comfy chair, Dave, all right? That's why we're not used to
Yeah, I got lost.
you in the market.
Yeah, I decided to go a little more professional tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, councilors. Appreciate all your collaboration, and looking forward to getting this done. We're going to beat this. It's just going to take a collective effort. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Masillo. Councilor Masillo. Could you make a motion to return to the
Sorry.
regular? Thank you.
Motion to return to the regular agenda.
Thank you. Councilor Masillo moves to back at the regular agenda. I believe we're back on page 3, public testimony. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we take up public testimony, Councilor Dibble would like a moment of personal privilege. Seeing no objection. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last time I spoke on this mask issue at our last meeting, I probably got, and it's amazing how many people are watching this, but I got dozens and dozens of requests for masks. So I'll do that again very briefly right now. We have 10 volunteers in Ward 7 making thousands of masks. They're cotton, they're washable, reusable over and over again. They hold in place. They have a nice seal all the way around. 100% cotton, washable. If you receive those masks, please wash them and hold on to them in case the COVID returns. If you would like one of these masks, simply send me an email to sdibble@salem.com and we will deliver one to you. We're limiting them one to every household because we're getting hundreds, actually thousands of requests from our first providers, fire, police, ambulance, Salem hospital workers, on and on. A lot of medical workers are taking these and doubling them with another mask. So if you would like a mask, simply send an email with your name, address, and telephone number, and we'll deliver one probably the next day to you. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam City Clerk.
Public testimony.
Public testimony.
We have
I
one
believe we only
person
have one
signed up.
person to sign up.
Yes, we have Tyler Terry. I'm going to, oops, you're right here. Hold on, Tyler. I'm going to unmute you and you may have to unmute yourself. If you can hear me, Tyler, go ahead.
Tyler Terry, 22 School Street, Salem, Mass. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Tyler.
Oh, cool. All right. I wanted to stress the importance of putting all the traffic and parking changes into OLA. This is, I mean, every single one of them except for the one on page 18 where refer to OLA. Page 18, it was refer to OLA or adopt the first passage. I also wanted to encourage the council to deal with the traffic and parking changes in bite-sized chunks. Like you can deal with the handicap space, improving that regulation while retaining control over the rest of the parking traffic matters to see how the commission handles it. Also, I wanted to bring up at the beginning of this process that if the council is intent on relieving themselves of the substantial responsibility associated with traffic and parking, then the council's compensation should be reduced to reflect their lighter workload. And that's all.
Thank you. Now we're into hearings.
Hold on.
Madam City Clerk, you're muted.
I just wanted to.
Okay.
Yep. We have an order for Comcast to install a conduit at 125 Essex Street. We have, going to have Dave Flowelling from Comcast speak on that issue, and then people that may want to speak in favor or oppose should raise their hand, please. So, Dave, if you're on, if you unmute yourself, you should be able to. You should be able to speak now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
Dave Llewellyn, Comcast, 9 Forbes Road, Woburn, Mass. I would like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition for Essex Street, starting at the existing Comcast manhole, excavating to place 1 4-inch PVC conduit, 31 feet plus or minus, to provide the Comcast service to number 125 Essex Street.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience at home that wants to comment on this matter? Madam City Clerk, has anyone raised their hand? Seeing no one?
I do not see anyone.
On this matter, this is in my ward. I will say that my only request is that whatever, either the roadway or the sidewalk or whatever you disturb, you put back in the same manner as which it was taken out. Thank you. Seeing no member of the public that wishes to speak specifically on this matter, I then move that this hearing be closed. I also further move that this matter be granted by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Sorry.
Nope, that's fine.
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth? Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Toriel?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the Comcast to install a conduit on Essex, 125 Essex Street, we have 11 councilors voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further hearings.
We have an order from National Grid and Verizon to install 2 jointly owned poles, one on Ferry Street and one on Leach Street.
Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone in the audience who's appearing in favor?
I am going to bring up the representative from National Grid. If you just bear with me 1 second.
Yep, take your time.
Sabita Mahavashi was going to be on a number, and I do not see it. So Sabita, if you can hear me and want to dial back in the meantime, if there's anybody else to raise their hand.
I see them. They're in the list. They're in the attendee list as in grid.
Okay, she was supposed to call in on her phone. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Counselor.
All right. If you unmute yourself, you should be able to speak, Sabita.
Sabita Mahaber-Shihi, representing National Grid, 44 River Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. This is to provide service to 10 Waite Street in Salem.
Thank you. Is there anyone who's appearing either in favor or opposed in the public?
I do not see any hand raised.
Okay. I will then recognize Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the hearing be closed.
Council Madore moves that the hearing be closed. All those in favor? I need to see hands. All those opposed? Let the record reflect that no one is recorded opposed. Councilor Madore.
I move that this be granted by roll call vote.
Councilor Madore further moves that this matter be granted by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Is that a yes, Council? Yeah, he thumbs up. Thank you.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of National Grid and Verizon to install 2 joint-owned poles, one on Ferry Street and one on Waite Street, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further hearings.
We have an order from Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna. This first one will be on 201 Derby Street, and I believe there's representatives from Air Smith Development on on the line, so I'm going to find them right now to unmute them. And there's a few of them, so if you can give me a moment, please. If Dan, you can unmute yourself, and I'm going to work on Andrea Armstrong. And Danielle, you're on. You'll be next. And then Ramsey, if you can unmute yourself, I will find you. And let's see, is everybody on that needs to be on?
Who is the spokesperson? Is Daniel, are you the spokesperson for this group?
I'll let them identify. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's Andrea. Andrea, you
Andrea Armstrong is here from Aerosmith Development.
Okay.
We are the site acquisition group, and Dan is of council.
Okay. So who is going to be the person that's going to name and address for the record? Andrea, is that you?
I believe if Dan is here, he was going to be the spokesperson. Is Dan on?
Daniel Klasnick?
Yes, he was.
Yes, that would be Dan Klasnick.
Okay.
Is
Daniel, can you unmute yourself, sir?
Or if you logged in with another email, can you raise your hand? Oh, I have him unmuted. Oops.
He has his hand raised.
He should be unmuted, but hold on. Dan, you may have to unmute yourself. You should be able to speak. Dan? He is unmuted on my end. I can bring him in as a panelist if, see if that helps. Oh, okay. Dan? Andrea, do you want us begin if you can, so we can keep things moving if possible?
Yes, that's fine.
Go ahead, Andrea.
So we're on 201 Derby Street first to speak about that.
Yep.
Okay.
So Verizon Wireless is proposing on adding a small cell antenna at the location identified at 201 Derby Street.
Andrea, if I may, be in my ward, I mean, I understand the purpose of these small cells. Is it to service Pickering Wharf?
I believe so. I believe Ramsey should be here. He is RF representative from Verizon Wireless, and he would be able to discuss the purpose of the installation at that particular location and what areas it deems to serve.
Thank you. Ramsey, if you would, please.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone is safe. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Robert, sorry. What was your question, if you don't mind?
This location is specifically to serve the Pickering Wharf area, Pickering Wharf itself?
So basically those small cells, we're building them because of the capacity issue, specifically on the Halloween occasion. We're having one side that's actually exhausted, and we needed to serve those areas as possible.
So all the businesses during the month of Halloween are putting an impact on.
Correct.
Thank you. I drove by the site. I know the location, and it seems to be, the pole seems to be right outside the offices of the personnel that manage Pickering Wharf, so I didn't have an issue with this. So I would open it up to anybody from the council or the public who would like to make a comment on this. Councilor Dibbles.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have several of these that we're going to be dealing with tonight. I have a couple in my ward that I'm going to be asking the council to reject because they're simply, in my opinion, simply too close to people's bedrooms, too close to their houses. In my package, I could not find a plan that showed exactly where this location was going to go. So could you please tell us, through the president, how many feet away is this antenna to the closest residential building?
As I just stated, Counselor, from my experience, it's right outside the offices. It's on the pole, and it's the closest proximity window would be the business office for Pickering Wharf.
Yep, I heard you clear on that. But the question is, how close is it to a residential building?
I have no idea. It's right above the old Peter Barter Florist.
If we can hear from the applicant, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone lives in that building above it. Okay. Mr. Ramsey, if you could, please. Madam City Clerk, is Mr. Ramsey unmuted?
He muted himself. Hold on.
Yep.
Or he should unmute himself if possible. He should be.
If Mr. Ramsey or Andrea or somebody, or if Daniel's logged on now, someone from the group could address Councilor Dibble's question.
Hi, this is Andrea Armstrong. I don't know exactly how many feet. I would have to, I'm looking at the drawings right now. So I can't tell you it sits in the right of way. So it's within the designated distance that a pole has to sit from a residence. But the exact feet or distance, I would have to get that information from A&E for you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, Councilor Dibble.
Yes, Mr. President, just to follow up. So without having access to a plan to see how close it is to a house, and without the applicant knowing how close the pole is to a residential property, I would suggest that we just continue it till we get the information, or I'll have to vote against this tonight because I'm not, well, you know how I feel. I've been voting against these for 4 years now when they're close to somebody's house. Close to a bedroom, doesn't matter, close to somebody's house. I don't know on this one at all because I don't have enough information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, is there anyone in the participants that has their hand up? Is any member of the public that is participating either on Zoom or at home on SATV dialed in that would at this point want to raise their hand and talk about this specific location?
I do see that Daniel was trying to get online, but I don't, he disappeared again, so.
Daniel, me from the.
From AIRS, yeah.
He's still up on my screen, but he's not getting through for some reason or other.
Yeah. Councilor Dominguez has a question.
Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to agree with the Ward 7 councilor. I see in the package that we have some of this antenna being installed in a residential area too close to bedroom and houses. I happen to have one just near my house that I'm concerned about it, and I wanted to make sure that we protect the residents. So if we don't have the information, we put in jeopardy any family, any human being by having that antenna too close. And we don't have the information. It's better to hold on until we get the information, and then we can vote it, and we can make sure that we have the right decision, protecting the life of the people. Thank you.
If I may, Counselor, I drove by the site myself, found the pole location from the map. It is on Derby Street, right out in front of what used to be the old florist shop at the front of Pickering Wharf, diagonally opposite from the liquor store. It's right there. The second floor of that building where the pole is located is offices. There's no one living, as far as I know. The last time I was up there was the office for the people who operate Pickering Wharf. It was the general manager's office, which is. So
you've been, if I may, Mr. President, you've been the councilor of Ward 1. You say that you're okay with that. I had no problem.
I mean, I know that I can't speak for Council Dibble. I know Council Dibble doesn't like these devices, which she's entitled to not like them. I also know that council, when our legal counsel also instructed us when these first things started coming in, 4 or 5 years ago, also instructed us that denial based on radio wave transmission is not permissible under the FCC rules, because FCC has deemed that they are not harmful. And I know that Councilor Dibble also believes that's in with a certain distance, and that's his personal opinion. I just want to say legally that we were told that they complied to FCC regulations. I wish that Mr. Klasnick was able to get on, but
I would like to point out, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. This is Andrea Armstrong. So the whole idea of this type of technology is that they basically they have to be located within a smaller distance to be able, or a smaller area, so that they can service, increase capacity and coverage within those areas. So they basically feed off of the larger sites. So if you look on page 67 of the application, you can see that there is a larger rooftop cell site from within which this small cell site would then help to improve the coverage, because you need, kind of these sites all work off of one another in order to improve capacity and coverage, and it is within a very small radius of space. So this location was chosen as not to, like you said, not to be as close as possible to homes and to businesses, but also to improve the coverage in those areas that need it. And we do try to also select locations with the least visual impact to the residents as possible.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, did I see somebody had their hand raised?
Yes, I have a Deb Curran. I'm going to allow to speak. She has her hand raised. Okay, Deb, if you can hear me, go ahead. If you can unmute yourself, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can. My name is Deb Curran. I live at 10 Loring Ave in Salem. I think later in the agenda, you'll get to the neighbor who is proposing one of these on his property, which I am going to object to. I did a little bit of research on this on my own, and I guess maybe I'd like to ask if these are in order to enhance the 5G network that is highly talked about. Because what I understand is that there is not a lot of research on the power of a 5G network and whether or not radiation comes from these devices and whether or not they may be cancer causing if they are within a certain parameter of people. So I agree with the counselors who are objecting to these at this point that, I don't think it's a great idea to have them locally proximate to bedrooms and, other areas that are inhabited by people and families and those kinds of things. And I don't know if, the folks who are installing them have any comment on whether or not these are to enhance 5G networks or not at this time.
Thank you.
Daniel, can you hear us now? Can you speak? I see that you're back on. Daniel, are you there?
This is Andrea Armstrong. I did just want to state this is 4G installation.
4G, thank you.
Yep.
Madam City Clerk, I see, and the participants in the audience, this is specific to this location. So, Madam City Clerk?
Yep. I was just trying to see if Daniel was there. If he is, I see, I know Council Flynn has his hand up, but other than that, let me see. Just Daniel who,
Okay, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to know from the company rep if they did notify the offices. I'm aware of that location as you are. in the offices up there where they work for Picker and Wharf. Were they notified? Because our work is there all through the day. And across the street with the real estate business and over at Union Street and the liquor store. Were people notified? Do they know this is going on if they didn't read this agenda tonight?
I'm not aware of having to notify. I mean, I went by and checked the site myself, and I didn't see any residences with anything. I knew that's been an issue. I mean, but no, I don't know if there's any formal notification. It's not like they sent out a zoning notice.
We do send out a bunch of notices depending on that they provide us with a list, so I can pull that up if you like to know.
Actually, I think I have the list up here, but does anyone else have a question?
I have a Stephanie Spencer. Your hand is raised. I'm going to allow you to talk. If you can unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Spencer. I'm the property manager for MR Rocket Management, which is the offices that are in that building. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I actually just had some questions to answer your question that you just asked. As far as I am understanding, we did not receive any notification. I got the notice of this hearing, which is why I'm participating. But outside of that, we had no knowledge of this antenna. But our question is, how big is it? Like, what is the structure of it? Is it going to hinder any views from the office windows or, just obstruct anything? I guess is really all we're wondering. And I assume that it is attached to a city pole, not obviously the building.
Andrea, do you want to answer that question?
Yes. So this is attached to an existing utility pole. The overall height of the structure, I have the drawings, which was included in the application package. So you'll have to give me a moment to scroll to that particular site. And because it's a utility pole in the right-of-way, typically, so the overall height, the antenna itself is 1 foot in height overall. So it would add 1 feet in height to the existing pole.
Yep. Andrea, I actually just pulled up the Verizon map that you sent us, and it's actually, for Stephanie, for your clarification, the antenna sits directly on top of the pole. So basically the telephone pole gets extended up about another foot, maybe 1.5 feet, with a cylinder. It's shaped like a cylinder, and it sits on top of the pole.
Yeah, they call it a cantenna. So it's basically the antenna is covered in a can. So
yep,
it's a cylindrical structure that sits on top of the utility pole, like you just said.
Thank you.
Stephanie, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
So Stephanie, being the property manager, and I know that their offices are up there, your predecessor was in the office before. I mean, the reason for this location was chosen is to enhance the coverage, specific, not solely just for the month of October, but obviously for all the year, in realizing that with the sheer volume of people that attend all the restaurants and amenities that you guys have on the wharf. So are you guys in favor of this location?
I don't believe there was any objection. It was just a concern of how big it was and if it obstructed any windows or views or anything like that.
It's not like a yacht arm. It's not a yacht arm on a flagpole. It's basically it's like basically taking 3 coffee cans or 4 coffee cans and sticking on top of the pole. Maybe a little bigger.
Can we obtain a copy of the application just for our own reference?
Yep. Okay. It's in the backup. If you go online, salem.com, and pull up a meeting agenda, I mean, unfortunately, there's tons of backup documentation, but if you pull up specifically this application, it's actually in the packet I have in front of me.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Council Flynn has his hand up again.
No, I'm all set, Council President. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Any member of the public, before I recognize Council Dibble, any member of the public, Madam City Clerk? Seeing none, Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, you said that you couldn't speak for me, but then you went ahead and tried to speak for me. I just want to clarify a couple of things. I am not against these, and I don't dislike them. I do dislike when they are placed, installed very close to a house. I have approved many of these antennas in open space areas, like in front of Salem Hospital along the parking lot and other open areas. I've approved every single one. And I've also voted against every single one when it is way too close to a house where somebody's living. And I realize that the feds say that this is a safe thing. They're safe to put out there, but we simply don't know. We don't know. It's new technology. I attended hearings at the request of former Mayor Salvo back in maybe 1988 or so, talking about electronic and magnetic fields and radio waves and other things that were causing cancer. And I have organized and run 2 brain cancer fundraisers for Salem children, 2 different kids, 2 different families, years apart from each other. And I've participated in just about every one that I hear at. So I go and attend these fundraisers for children. But I'm aware that we can't vote against these things because the federal government says that they're safe. So I vote against these every time because I don't like the aesthetics of them when they're placed close to a house. And no telecommunications company can complain about that or take us to court or anything. So I'll continue to vote against these when they're close to a house, but I don't dislike them. I have a cell phone. I think they can be placed in open areas very easily. Just this one location itself, if they were to propose across the street or across Congress Street by the parking garage, for instance, if there were a pole there, I don't know if there is, it might all be underground right there. But if they went the other way, just a little bit beyond Pickering Wharf, not quite to National Park Service, but right there where the parking area starts, that is an open area, not right next to somebody's house. I would probably approve that one as well. I would approve that one. So that's my opinion, Mr. President. I don't like these, and I will continue. For 4 years, I've been voting against them when they're close. And now other counselors are starting to listen to hear my concerns over the last 2 years, and I appreciate my fellow counselors supporting me when they are, in my opinion, too close to somebody's house for aesthetic reasons, Mr. President.
Okay, anyone else?
Hold on.
Ramsey has his hand.
Ramsey, yeah. Ramsey.
Yes, correct, yes. So we do get those many questions, especially when we put antennas in the rooftops. And we do like a study, it's called AME study, which is like a electromagnetic waves exposure. And in this study, actually, what we do is actually we go through the worst case scenarios of the maximum power the antenna can generate. And we give you how much is the exposure, and we give you what's the distance and everything. So if you guys wanted more, to be like more in ease of where the antenna is and how much exposure you're gonna have, we can provide this study if this, just want to put it out there.
Thank you. Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to kind of, I guess, put a bow on this before we move into the rest of them, there are occasions where I would like to see one of these put in a slightly different location, generally for aesthetic reasons. And in fact, I have a couple of thoughts on the one that's proposed for my ward. That's the next item. That all said, cellular radiation is safe, period. Maybe 1,000 watts of it isn't a good idea, because 1,000 watts of cellular radiation is basically what you use to cook food in your microwave oven. But short of that, this is the same stuff as the Wi-Fi that you have in your house that you get on Zoom with that you're not complaining about. And it's letting your phone, if anything, operate with lower power than it otherwise would have to in order to get a signal. So, I don't understand why we talk about this as something that's potentially harmful to families or whatever, or 5G causes cancer, or or some of the more outrageous stuff that we're seeing about it. But if people rely on their cell phones nowadays for everything, people have given up their landlines in order to use cell phones. And pretty clearly, if we can't provide the service, if the cell companies, the 3 cell companies can't provide service because there's too much demand, then we're talking about things that are much more a life or death threatening situation than where an antenna is sitting. If you can't get a signal because you don't have enough cell service in your neighborhood because you're oversubscribed, well, you know, when you have to call 911 and your cell phone doesn't get a signal, that's not good. And most people seem to survive on their cell phones alone nowadays. So that said, we can occasionally move them around a little bit where they look better or whatever else, but I don't know why we get into this nonsense every time we have these proposed in neighborhoods, especially these kind of low power, low range, short range devices. So anyhow, let's, I guess we'll move forward and hopefully vote on this one and start, you know, moving through them and asking the serious questions about them and not the, and not the amorphous public health questions that are just frustrating.
Yes, to your point, Josh, just to confirm, this is 4G technology. This is technology that currently exists on all types of larger, as we like to call them, macro installations, so the larger cell sites, 4G. The locations are chosen because of capacity and coverage needs in the particular area. They're to improve, like right now we're all experiencing surges because so many people are working from home in particular areas. So they are strategically selected to meet the RF objective and the need in that area. And they're designed to be as, unobtrusive as possible. And I mean, if you look at the average utility pole structure, they have all types of equipment on them that are, I would say, much more noticeable than this installation and design. So like I said, they're not meant to interfere with the aesthetics. They're designed to be as minimally obtrusive, as well as to provide a need, which is service and coverage in that vicinity.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do I see somebody's got their hand up?
Yep. Let's try Daniel again. You seem to be unmuted, Daniel. Are you able to speak?
I'm on the phone. Can you?
We can hear you, Dan. You just got to turn off the volume on your computer or whatever else you've got.
Okay, let me do that. I apologize. First of all, let me apologize. Let me apologize to the City Council. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
There is another person from the public too.
Okay.
But
am I still getting lost?
Yeah, you're still reverberating back and forth. I mean,
can you hear me better now?
A little bit. Okay. We can hear you. Just it's the background echoing off of whatever other device you have on.
I have my computer muted. Maybe let me just.
Nope, that's better now.
It's better.
That's better.
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead, Daniel.
So once again, I apologize for my inability to join the meeting.
Nope.
Let me just try and disconnect.
No, you're good. Right now, Daniel, right now you're good.
Okay. So now, I guess I just wanted to hopefully step back for a moment and talk a little bit and give the council a little bit more context about what we're attempting to accomplish here and the benefit we're trying to provide to the Salem. Really just, if you consider this, it's much like a highway. A network can only handle so much volume. I'm sure we've all been sitting in traffic wishing there was a way to add more lanes or capacity to accommodate all the vehicles. What Verizon Wireless is doing by locating small cell equipment on utility poles is implementing, I think, a very creative approach that uses existing utility infrastructure to add additional capacity to this network. I think there's already been some discussion about the equipment, but it's, as the name small cell implies, All we're proposing to do is install a single canister style antenna. The dimensions of that, it's got a 12-inch diameter and it's about 28.7 inches high. The additional equipment would be a remote radio head. This unit is necessary to allow the antenna signal to propagate and utilize. And then there's some other equipment that's also attached, an AC/DC converter, fiber, and also because of the requirement to record our electrical usage, N-Grid requires us to install an electric meter. So I don't know if it's already been said, but there's absolutely no ground disturbance. No ground equipment is located at the particular location. And really the purpose of these facilities, it's to increase and improve reliability of voice and data service for Salem residents and others. This type of facility is highly advantageous to that purpose because it allows us during peak use and improves overall system performance. As I think has already been discussed, Verizon Wireless this evening is proposing 6 different small cell utility pole attachments in the city of Salem. For the purpose of this install, Verizon Wireless has entered into a license agreement with the utility pole owner N-Grid. And the process that we go through, just so everyone understands, is, and what Andrea has explained, and her role is really to be the site acquisition consultant, working with the RF engineer and working with N-Grid. So it's an extensive process that's undertaken in selecting a particular location. And although Verizon Wireless is a wireless service provider, is entitled to non-discriminatory access to all utility poles and easements, there are limitations placed upon us by the pole owner. So it's not as simple as saying you can move from one pole to the other. The restrictions that they're allowed to are based upon engineering and the functioning of their network. So the utility pole owners essentially is someone we work with in partnership. It's quite a lengthy process. I mean, I know it perhaps doesn't seem as if it would take a long period of time, but there's a substantial period of time that's required to identify the location, obtain the licensing with the utility pole owner, make certain that the location will work from an RF perspective. So there's a lot of due diligence and a lot of effort that has gone into selecting the particular locations that we presented to you this evening. I think the first one we were talking about was the one at 201 Derby Street. I'm sure you're all familiar with that area down by the wharf. It's an area where there are lots of cute shops and nice restaurants. My wife and I, we go down there. We love that area. But you can certainly appreciate that this is an area that has a heavy concentration of tourists and then therefore heavy usage on Verizon Wireless network. So the location that was selected, and if you look in the area, beyond this particular point, a lot of the utilities are actually underground. So there were very limited candidates available to Verizon Wireless for selecting a location that would provide the necessary service. As it has related to the location and proximity, and I think as has already been spoken to by Ramsey, Verizon Wireless is an FCC licensed wireless service provider. As such, it's required to comply with all the FCC regulations and does comply with the FCC regulations. We included with our filing an EME report certifying that these facilities would operate in compliance with all FCC regulations. So Verizon Wireless would not be able to install these if it was not compliant. And as this, I think council was well aware, and I think some of the discussion has already provided, the FCC has decided, and the determination is that it's the exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government. We need to have uniform rules across the country. So under the Telecommunications Act, local boards and councils are really prohibited from considering RF emissions as long as we're operating in compliance with our FCC licensing. So I would respectfully request that this council consider the need for this facility. My understanding, some of this is being driven by requests from the city itself to deal with these type of capacity issues and to offload the network during times of peak use. So what we're trying to do, and what we're attempting to do, is really work cooperatively with the city to come up with a solution that allows us to install these unobtrusive units at locations that are required by the network demand and provide the service that we think and that we've been asked to provide to the city of Salem. So I don't know if that was helpful or if it clarified any aspect of this.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say one more thing. 389 Lafayette, the pole is 44 feet to the house.
Oh, we're just dealing with 201 first.
Oh, sorry.
We got to take them up one at a time. Sorry, that's okay. Madam City Clerk, I see one more person who has their hand up.
Yes, I'm going to unmute. Somebody is dialed in with the area code of 774 and the last three digits of 814. So if you could state your name and address for the record, please, and just unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, this is Dan Klasnick. I don't know if perhaps I tried to sound in twice.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, so you're all set, Dan?
Yep.
Yes, but I would like the opportunity, if possible, to be a participant and be able to speak first on each of the applications on behalf of my client. I realize this is awkward because I'm doing it through the Dowling system, but if that's something that's possible, I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll figure that out for the next one.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Well, Dan, that's Daniel. And
Seeing
no, there's no other one.
Seeing no one else, Councilor Dibble. Then Councilor Flynn. Is that you, Councilor Flynn? Do you have your hand up too? No, just Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we have the applicant now presenting, perhaps he might know how close this one is to a residential building. But also, I'm wondering, did they consider, and is there a pole? And again, my package doesn't have the map showing where this location was going, so I couldn't do the research on this one location, but I did do the research on all the other locations and was successful in finding out information on it. But this one here, I'm just curious, a little bit further down Derby Street, at the end of Pickering Wharf, there are poles there. Were those poles considered where there aren't houses right there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Daniel.
As I had
said, it's part of Verizon Wireless's due diligence. They would have undertaken to evaluate
holes in the area
in conjunction with National Grid.
Daniel, if I could stop you for 1 second. Whatever you just did from the last time we talked to you to now, you have to turn one device off because we're getting an echo. So you're either on your phone or you're on your laptop.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm just on my phone.
Okay.
Let me try and disconnect. Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, I just left the meeting entirely, so unfortunately I can't see you folks anymore, so I will do my best to do this remotely by phone. As far as evaluating other candidates, Verizon Wireless, as I had said, would be working with National Grid to look at utility poles in the area. I mean, I can't emphasize enough that what really needs to happen is it's kind of a partnership between us and National Grid. So all poles are not available. What they look at, if a location, for instance, has a transformer, typically that isn't something that Verizon Wireless is able to locate on. If there are primary and secondary lines in the proximity to where Verizon Wireless would need to place its antenna, then those are not made available. So in our universe, all poles are not created equal. This one, based upon the plans that were provided and the photograph that was inserted in that plan, appears to have a limited infrastructure on it, maybe just like a guide pole. So those would be the ones that National Grid would find to be most able to accommodate the wireless equipment. Because as we're installing this equipment, National Grid has to consider not only its existing use, but perhaps its future use. So that limits our ability to go on just any pole in the area. And also this one is directly in front of that area where I think Ramsey will tell you we're trying to provide the service. These types of facilities, because they're so low to the ground, the signals don't propagate very far. So we need to, Verizon Wireless needs to take into consideration, these are just very targeted, very limited offloading of macro sites that has to work with the existing macro sites as well as the coverage area. So I don't know, Andrea perhaps could speak better to this, but I mean, this process can take, a year and a half, 2 years to get selected and get licensed and then get to the point where we become before the city council to request this. So this is something we've been working on and canvassed the area thoroughly and with National Grid.
Yes, that's correct. And we're given how these type of technology works. It works in a very small circumference. So we're given a very limited area for which we can find poles. And as you mentioned, those poles have to be co-locatable, meaning they can't have conduits, transformers, etc. And they have to meet the criteria by the utility pole providers and owners for attachments.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble, do you have a follow-up to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Because we don't have information on how close the closest house or closest residential is to this pole, I will have to be voting against it, or we continue it and we find that information out. But if we look at while we're at this meeting, I just looked at a near photo of the area, and there's a couple of poles just down the street that are nowhere near anybody's house, but right before you get to the National Park Service. I don't want to see something go in that might be not aesthetically pleasing to the National Park Service, but between Derby Wharf and Pickering Wharf, right there on the corner, there's a couple across from Hodges Court, there's a couple of poles right there. I don't know if those are possible, but these utility companies, these Verizon and other cell phone operators, they need to understand I'm not going to approve any of these if they're close to somebody's house. I'll stop now. I think I've said enough. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So,
hold on, Daniel. Councilor Prosnowski.
While everyone was talking, I was able to look up the address on Google Earth, and it appears that in this particular location, that telephone pole is not within any residence. It's in front of, looks like Peter Barter's flower shop, which is all businesses and offices in that building. So I don't believe this particular location is interfering with any personal residence.
Well, Councilor, I said that from the get-go. It's in front of the old Peter Barter, and upstairs are offices. In the office, the property manager for Pickering Wharf was on earlier and stated that that's where their offices are, and their only concern was whether or not there was going to be a visual aspect to it. So.
Yeah, I guess I'm on Google Earth as well, and I agree. It's right in front of the boutique.
It used to be a floor shop. I don't know what's in there now. On the ground floor.
Yeah, I don't know how old it is.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like all businesses.
Yep.
So I don't know if that addresses the councilor's concern sufficiently.
I'm all set with it. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other member of the public? Seeing none. Any member of the council? Seeing none. Council McCarthy moves that the hearing be closed. Council McCarthy moves to be granted by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Because of lack of information, I'm just going to vote present.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
So,
Would that be 911, Madam City Clerk?
yes, it is.
Thank you. On the matter of the Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna on 201 Derby Street, we have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 present. The matter carries. Further hearings.
We have an order from Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna at 389 Lafayette Street.
Yes, good evening.
Daniel.
Yes, good evening. Once again,
Daniel,
this is Dan Klasnick.
if you could please, Daniel, name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening. My office address is 210 Broadway, Suite 203, Lynnfield, Massachusetts, 01940.
Thank you.
Once again, I appreciate the council's time meeting with us this evening, going through these extraordinary measures really to allow a virtual meeting. So particularly in these difficult times. The next location is, as has been said, is in the proximity of 389 Lafayette Street. And my understanding is that this location is in close proximity to Salem State University, as are many of these locations. I'm sure the council can appreciate the type of wireless usage that would occur and the requirements and the demands. So once again, Verizon Wireless would have evaluated its network, worked with National Grid to identify suitable locations, gone through the licensing process, done an RF evaluation. And as I had already said, these are low power, low to the ground, designed to address capacity issues in the area. So they do not replace the macro sites. They're intended to complement them and allow Verizon Wireless once again to meet the need in the city of Salem and the requirements for wireless service. This particular location, very similar to the last one, in that Verizon Wireless will be attaching a single antenna to the top. The antenna, as I had said, has a diameter of 12 inches. It's approximately 28.7 inches. It's Canada shaped. It's really designed to approximate the appearance of a transformer. The other equipment, as I had said, will be the identical. The lowest appurtenance on the pole is the meter, the electrical meter, which is at minimum of 8 feet above ground. And then in addition, as I had said, Verizon Wireless will install a remote radio head and AC DC converter and wiring. Once again, there's no ground disturbance, no digging, no trenching necessary. So it's, I think, once again, a de minimis addition to infrastructure and a way to utilize the existing wireless infrastructure in a way to provide the service that's necessary.
Thank you, Daniel. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on this one, I have no issue with the physical location or proximity. And as you noted, the house is a decent distance away from it by the sidewalk. This is close to a small single-family house that's recessed a good ways. But related to that, so this is where I said I have a minor aesthetic concern. The pole in question, because I have gone and taken a look at it, is essentially a bare pole, and the only purpose it really serves is to guide the wires that the power and cable that's going into that residence. And I know directly across from the street from that is a pole with transformers on it, so that wouldn't be an appropriate site. But the pole in question is bare. It's not shielded by any trees or anything else. And right up and down the street from it, on the same side of the street, there is a pole closer to Harborview Terrace and a pole closer to Naples Road. And both of those, I believe, would also be suitable and have a little bit more visual screening. So I'd like to ask, I guess, from a technical perspective, what's the issue preventing one of those two poles from being used instead? Because although these aren't, I've seen a bunch of them around the city and such, and they aren't ugly or unattractive. They're not terribly innocuous, but still, if we have a pole with nothing on it except for a cable itself, I really wish we could move that and put it onto a pole that has at least some other services and or has some screening. So if you could address that, please.
Yes, as I said, Verizon Wireless works with National Grid. We entered into a master agreement with them, and part of our licensing is we have to go through a due diligence process. So it's evaluating both poles with not only Verizon Wireless's requirements, but also consistent with National Grid's operational needs for its infrastructure. So this location would be particularly suitable not only from Verizon Wireless's RF perspective, but also from National Grid's perspective, because as you pointed out, it's essentially a guide pole, so it doesn't have any additional equipment on it. So that makes it particularly suitable for Verizon Wireless's install. I don't know. It's been my experience that people are accustomed to seeing various equipment attached to utility poles, and whether it be a cable operator or something else that the utility may install. So I don't know that I feel that putting a small antenna, as I said, it's only 12 inches in diameter. It's mounted to the top. It's going to be up, 37 feet high. So unless someone is looking up at it, I don't know that it's going to create a visual obtrusiveness to anyone. All the other equipment, the remote radio head is mounted at least 15 feet high, and then the power meter is mounted at least, as I said, 8 feet above. So, as I had said, Verizon Wireless has probably spent a year and a half, maybe 2 years getting to this point, going through the licensing process. So it has already undertaken a lot of due diligence working with National Grid, and this is the location that would work for both the utility provider and Verizon Wireless's network requirements, with sort of a clear line of sight. I think if you look directly across, which I'm doing now on Google Earth, it has a direct line of sight into the Salem State campus as well. So I mean, and some of these other ones, as you'll see as we go through them, we're going around the campus. So they're all working together to a certain extent, although each one is an independent site as far as providing service and offloading. They all have to work together. So you move one, then you might need to move others, and then it becomes, it sort of coalesces. So I think all those factors need to be considered when looking at it. It's not as simple as saying that pole down the street would work just as well. It's a network, and it all has to work together.
Yeah, no, I understand. Sprint came in with this similar request a couple of years ago in the central campus area for a couple of sites there. So yeah, beyond that, I just thought in terms of this one that, especially since the pole in question that you're looking to use is just a guide pole, that I also thought there was a likelier chance that at some point, if there's major construction in the site or anything like that, that you're looking at a greater likelihood of disruption. So if that's what we can live with, and that's what we can live with, I guess. But I'm just thinking a regular utility pole is a better choice than a guide pole if technically feasible.
So Grid, this is Andrea Armstrong. Grid directs us to use guide poles if they're usable.
Okay.
You all set, Council?
Yep.
Anyone else? Councilor Dominguez, and then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for the great explanation from the company. But I have a couple of concerns because they're based on study and based on people concern. And this is going directly to the company who requests. When you choose a pole, like you say, by Verizon or National Grid, that's the only option you have. I mean, if you change because people have some concern or because there is some opposition, if you change the pole, to another location. That will create you an issue for not to have the antenna to be installed anyway. Because based on what I hear, we only addressing the company concern, but we have to address the resident concern when they have concern. When people speak out and say, we don't want that antenna close to my dormitory, because even though the studies say yes or no, we worry about it and we're going to have some consequence. We need to hear from them, and we need to make sure that we address those concerns. So my question directly to you is, when you have one decision made in one poll, can you have a second choice, third or fourth choice to make sure that you continue with the plan that you have? Understanding that we understand your point, we need some communication. We're in an era where we have to be communicated. It's very important. But on the other hand, we also have to make sure that we protect people concerned, people life, people health. So if you can address and you can tell us if you have any second choice when you have a plan.
Well, as I had said, Verizon Wireless would have gone out and canvassed the area, working with the RF engineer and working with National Grid. They will catalog other candidates. And in this particular instance, though, whatever other candidates they had cataloged were not as suitable as this particular location. I mean, I'm looking in that area, and it looks like across the street, for instance, there's a lot of secondary, primary power lines, lots of transformers. So essentially, that side of the street wasn't technically available to them or as suitable to N-Grid or Verizon Wireless as a location where there's just this guide pole, as Andrea had said. Utilities, obviously, N-Grid's primarily in the business of delivering power. The landline phone company is in the business of delivering landline phones. So they're not going to allow us to do anything, and under Massachusetts law, they have the right for good engineering reasons and usability and safety to direct us to particular locations. In this particular instance, a guide pole is the most suitable and best from their perspective, and it works from Verizon Wireless's perspective. So we would have canvassed other ones in the area. Basically what Andrea's team would have done is gone out and they would have taken pictures of all the poles in the area. They would have written down the numbers for the pole numbers. They put them into a big database. Then they work with National Grid. Verizon Wireless works directly with National Grid to look at all the particular candidates. They go out. National Grid assesses the pole as to whether or not it's suitable, whether or not structurally it will support the equipment. All those factors go into consideration, and as well as does it work from Verizon Wireless's capacity network design perspective. So I guess I just wanted to stress to the council, we didn't come to you with these candidates, with these particular locations without having already done a lot of due diligence, having worked for, as I said, perhaps a year and a half, maybe more, identifying and licensing these locations.
You all set,
I hope
Council?
that's helpful.
Council Dominguez, you all set? Yep. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was out at this location, midday today, and I had agreed with the Ward 5 councilor and with the applicant that this home is set back much further than, I guess, the typical house in Salem. And that 44-foot number that the applicant threw out earlier is probably correct. I did not measure this one. I did measure several others, though. With regard to this one, I'm told that the resident of the house, the owner of the house, is some 94 years old, might be 90, 95. I forget the exact number, I was told. But the son of this person called me and had discussion with me, thinking that this was Ward 7. It used to be Ward 7 back when he lived there, but now it's part of Ward 5. The lines changed over a decade ago. So the owner's son, well, the resident's son called me and said, this is, and I don't know who the family is until the first time I spoke to them was today. he let me know quite strongly that this is something that his father does not want in front of his house. That would make him feel uncomfortable, and in his words, it would be very upsetting to his father. So out of respect for the, and by the way, Mr. President, if you'll remember, you've been around for many years, we have rejected other locations for these small antennas, and the applicant subsequently came back with a new location. For example, on Highland Avenue, there was one proposed in front of somebody's house, and they wound up moving it across the street in front of Salem Hospital's very large parking lot. No houses anywhere near on that side of the street at all. The closest house is across Highland Avenue. So it is possible for us to reject these for aesthetic reasons if we feel that they're not appropriate. On this one location, and the good Ward 5 counselor is correct, the telephone pole directly across the street does have a transformer on it on the Salem State University side, where the library used to be in that area. But other poles right there on to the left and to the right do not have transformers on them. And if this is mainly to benefit Salem State staff and students and the public as well, let's put it on the Salem State side where there are no houses. So on this one here, out of respect for the 94-year-old person who this device, I'm told, will make it very upsetting to him, I will be voting against this one. And let's have Verizon put the device on the other side of the street on one of a whole line of telephone poles that do not have transformers on them. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I will be voting against this one.
Thank you. Any other member of the council? Seeing none, I see, Madam City Clerk, someone has their hand raised.
Council Torrio has his raised.
Oh, Council Torrio, sorry.
Thanks. Just to clarify slightly that last point, I spoke to the person that the Ward 7 counselor was referring to this afternoon, and the person that's incorrect on a couple of the minor facts. The mother is 97 and she lives there with her daughter and granddaughter and grandchild. And I did discuss it, said and I wanted to discuss clearly, like we just did, the prospective locations in that area to see if there was one that would be a better alternative, because although, the disruption is a lot more minor than the constituent son was concerned with, but still, if we can avoid using it in favor of something nearer, I was all fine with that, and that's part of why I brought it up. So, just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Any other member of the council? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, is a member of the public.
Yes, I have Lou Williams that has his hand raised. I'm going to allow him to speak. If he'd like to unmute himself and speak, he can do so.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name's Lou Williams, and I live at 391 Lafayette Street. And where this pole is, me and the Mr. McCarthy across, we have a shared driveway. So it's basically as close to my house as to their house. And I understand that, some of the counselors have no problem with this technology, but there was a time when the Surgeon General said that smoking was just fine for you. This is practically in my living room from where my house is situated. There are a lot of people that don't like this technology. So what does that do to the value of our homes, where this is right at the end of our driveway here? This is being done for Salem State, not for us. So I put it over in the empty parking lot. I'm looking out my window right now that I can see, and put it over there. And, they say it's 4G. Does this get switched to 5G? I don't know. You don't know. But I'd hope all the council members on there, when they vote on this, see how you'd like one of these things 35 feet from your living room before you make this vote, and see what that does to the price of your home in the future. So I'm just hoping you can move this thing across the street. I'm not comfortable with it at all. And I know Mrs. McCarthy, my neighbor, it'll cause her undue stress. So I guess that's everything I've got here. So, but I think the final point is, please, councilors, vote as if this is going in front of your house, with your kids, with your family, before you stick it in my house. Thank you very much.
Madam City Clerk, is there someone else have their hand up?
No, that was Mr. Williams. I just took his hand down. I do not see any other hands up except for Councilor Flynn.
Yep, I just noticed his hand went up. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's pretty clear for me, after listening to Mr. Williams, he has some great points. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to find another location. We should always remember we work for the residents. We don't work for Verizon and National Grid. And I'm going to be voting no on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, is that someone with their hand, doesn't put their hand down, or is?
We're good. I'm sorry. Let's see. I do have one other person here. Peter Morgan. I'm going to unmute you to allow you to speak. If you could state your name and address for the record, and unmute yourself, you can go ahead. Mr. Morgan. All right, let's try that again. Can you unmute yourself?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Name and address.
Morgan, 45 Valley Street, Salem, Mass. I am a retiree from the utility electric company. And the reason why they are picking poles like that is to keep it safe for everybody else. They don't want it near primary wires. They don't want it near transformers. And guideposts are the greatest place in the world. And I don't think these low EMF antennas are going to be hurting anybody. That's just my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See no members of the public. Councilor Prosnowski.
I believe that Councilor Dibble is probably correct. I think it may be an inconvenience for the utility company to look at another pole, but their little inconvenience is dwarfed by the large inconvenience of the residents that have to live with it. So I too will be voting no.
Madam City Clerk, will we please mute Mr. Morgan?
Already was. I'm sorry.
Nope, now he is now. Thank you. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that Mr. William nailed it on the head. I think that the way I see it is that I don't want it to be one near my house. I don't want one near anybody's house. For the record, I also voted no on that, just in case I need to keep it. Thank you. That's what I want to say.
Mr. Council President, this is Dan Kleisnick.
Mr. Kleisnick, one last time, please, on this one.
Can I be recognized?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I was just trying to get some sense of where the city council is going on this particular location. Verizon Wireless always wants to work cooperatively, with the city. What we're trying to do is provide a service. So I'm just trying to get some sense of, is this something that the council is likely to support? I'm trying to keep count without being able to see how many votes have voiced against it.
I was going to just recognize the ward councilor whose ward this is in and see what direction he would like to take on this.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, I am I'm okay with supporting this. I think there are other locations perhaps, but wherever this goes, I mean, to service this particular area, any pole that is selected in that area is going to have some proximity to homes. That's just Loring Avenue that's what Loring Avenue is. It's close to homes, it's close to buildings, it's close to Salem State. If we go up or down the street, it's just going to be different homes. And there is a good point to this, that the homes in question are somewhat farther set back from the particular pole. I agree with that point on Verizon's part. If, in terms of where they go, and I said this a couple of years ago when we had one of these discussions, I'm not a Verizon Wireless customer myself. I'm a T-Mobile customer. If they came to me and said they wanted to put a microcell on the corner of Holly Street, I'd be all in favor of it because it would result in absolutely terrific service for me. And if they wanted to put in however many Gs they wanted to use, if it's 4G or 5G or whatever, I mean, it's all the same. So from that standpoint, so I'm willing to support this. Because I don't really see an obvious better alternative that doesn't have the same impact elsewhere. And ultimately, we need to improve the service around the region.
Mr. Williams has his hand up.
Did Mr. Williams already speak on this matter?
He did.
Mr. Williams, name and address for the record. One last time, please, sir.
Yeah, Lou Williams, 391 Lafayette Street. Yeah, Josh, it's Lafayette Street. It's not Loring Ave. So, at least get the right street that we're working on here. And this thing is literally right outside my house. And you say you'd be happy with it, that's fine. Well, I'm not happy with it. Not happy with it at all. So I just want to make that point across. I really don't care what you would like. It's what I would like because it's going in front of my house. And there are people who do not like these things, and if it affects my value of my house, but it won't affect the value of your house. So please, all of you, just think of this thing's going right in front of your house and see if you'd like that and vote your conscience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just move for the record that we have Lafayette Street and Loring Avenue both, so I'm quite familiar with both locations. So anyhow, that said, Mr. President, I'll move the public hearing be closed.
Council, before you do that, Council Dibble has his hand up one last time. Council Dibble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Out of respect for the two homeowners, Mr. Williams and his next door neighbor, as I said earlier, I'll be voting against this. Or I'd like to see Verizon withdraw their application and simply put the device, the antenna, across the street. There's a parking lot there with a couple of poles. There's a couple of an open area with some grass that used to be where the library was. There's Meyer Hall. There's a whole series of poles right there. We can do the same thing here as we did looking out for the other people on Highland Avenue, where we rejected that application and we later approved the one across the street on the hospital side. There's really no reason why one of those poles without a transformer across the street from Mr. Williams' house could be approved at a later meeting. And I would vote in favor of that on that if it were an open area there. But in front of somebody's house where two property owners are both asking for us not to do this, I'll be standing with the residents of Ward 5 on that side of Lafayette Street. Thank you. I'll be voting against this, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have two attendees here. Let's see. I have Deb Curran going to allow you to speak.
Yeah, so Deb Curran, I live at number 10 Loring Ave, and I I would just also like to say that there is a fair amount of space across the street from my house. And I agree with Mr. Williams that it is not the same to have it like right in front of your house. Having that distance, I think, does really matter in this case. So, I would urge you to really consider either having Verizon, reconsider their proposal. The other thing I'd like to say is Verizon never shared any information with residents about this plan. The only thing I ever received in the mail was the city councilor, City of Salem meeting. That's why I'm here. This is the only piece of paper I got. And the only thing it referenced, in addition to all the COVID procedures and whatnot, is that, during the meeting for the purpose of discussing a small cell wireless antenna. That's it. So everything that I had to do on my own, I had to do on my own. I got no drawings. I got no information. I had to look up what a small cell wireless antenna even was all about. So I believe Verizon did a very poor job in marketing what they want to do for within the city of Salem and within this neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, Madam City Clerk.
I have somebody with the screen name of MEMMLZ and M. Gothier, I believe. Welcome to speak. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
A resident, Salem, Mass, 26 Raymond Road. I'm here because...
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry.
Mary Lou Gothier, 26 Raymond Road. And I'm at this meeting. I commend you all. I find it exasperating that I sit here for 2 hours. I don't know how you can do this on a weekly basis or a monthly basis or whatever basis you do it on, but I received a notice from the city of Salem about a 5G small antenna being installed at 28 Raymond Road. Did I miss something?
Nope.
Did we discuss this tonight?
Not yet.
No, we're still on.
Oh, I thought you were adjourning. I'm sorry. I'll unraise my hand.
Okay. No, we haven't got to that one yet. That one's coming up.
Thank you.
Daniel, one last time.
Yes, as I had said, I greatly appreciate all the comments that we received. Verizon Wireless always tries to work cooperatively with the community. The locations we have selected, as has already been stated, I think by one of the counselors, it's the guide pole that is the most suitable location for Verizon Wireless, not only from a network perspective, but also from the perspective of the availability that's made to it. As I had said, although we're entitled to non-discriminatory access to any utility pole or right of way by Massachusetts law, and also they are allowed to implement necessary and reasonable engineering. And I think, as one of the callers indicated, keeping us away from the locations where they have the primary, the secondary lines that require more servicing and maintenance and may also require expansion or enlargement of the service or moving of lines is certainly advantageous, I think, to the city of Salem to keep us away from those locations to the extent that's possible. So we didn't select this location without careful consideration of every factor. And as I had said, as an FCC licensed carrier, Verizon Wireless is required to only install facilities and operate its facilities in a way that comply with the the standards that have been adopted. So these facilities are in compliance. So I would just respectfully ask the City Council to consider what Verizon Wireless is trying to do, which I think once again is to respond to a need to offload capacity in certain areas of Salem. And we need to be able to deploy facilities. Everyone needs to, appreciate and make that connection. The only reason that these phones and other devices work is because you have a strong enough signal. Without a strong signal, you won't be able to operate your device. You won't be able to complete a call. So what we're trying to do is provide, I think, an essential service to the city of Salem. So I would ask, just as if we were bringing in electricity or cable or any other service that the citizens and businesses need, that be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Councilor Prosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Directing my comments to Dan from Verizon. Dan, I know that you folks did all your homework in selecting the most the best pole possible to be able to provide the best service for the city, but you missed the big one, and that was the PR part of it by talking to the residents where the pole is located. It seems to me, after listening tonight, that people are very surprised that this is coming up. It's like nobody from Verizon has talked to any of the residents that are over there. So you folks have kind of painted us into a corner, because we're for the technology, and we understand that this is a benefit for the city. However, we represent the residents, and it's kind of unfair to the city council that you folks didn't do your homework and talk to these people and talk to them so that they would either agree or disagree with you and make our job a little bit easier. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Terrio, seeing no other questions.
Yep. Moving the public hearing be closed.
Councilor Terrio moves to the public hearing be closed. All those in favor? All those opposed? Public hearing is now closed. Councilor Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for approval. A little reluctantly, but I move for approval.
Councilor Terrio moves for approval by roll call vote. Is that correct, Councilor?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you just clarify what a yes vote would do?
It's a motion for approval, so if you don't want the pole in that location or the device on that pole, you would vote no.
Thank you very much. No.
Thank you.
Councilor Dominguez?
No.
Councilor Flynn? Hold on, I'm sorry. Councilor Flynn, one more time.
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
No.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
No.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. Six to five, Madam President. On the matter of the installation of a small cell antenna at 389 Lafayette Street, we have 11 councilors voting, 6 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter carries. Further hearings.
We have an order for Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna on 8 Loring Ave.
Yes, good evening. Once again, this is Dan Klasnick, the attorney representing Verizon Wireless. This location and the type of equipment to be installed is substantially or really identical to the previous 2 sites that we had discussed. Verizon Wireless will be installing at a top height of 37.6 feet an antenna on 37.4 feet on a 34.2 foot utility pole. So therefore, we're only proposing to have the antenna, which is, as I had said, 12 inches in diameter, 20.8 inches high, extend approximately 3 feet. It will be attached by a bracket. The other equipment that we had already discussed, the remote radio head, would be installed approximately 15 feet above ground. And then the lowest piece of equipment is the utility meter that is necessary to record the usage, and that's at a minimum of 8 feet. Like the other locations, Verizon Wireless would have undertaken its due diligence evaluation. Once again, this one, I think, is in the proximity to Salem State University, an area of recorded high usage. And once again, what we're trying to do is to address capacity requirements. I really can't assert enough that I believe that this is something really that is consistent with infrastructure that is traditionally been located in the right-of-way. We locate telephone lines, we locate power lines, we locate cable. What we're proposing to do is something very similar to that by locating an antenna, fully FCC licensed and compliant. So we're proposing to do something that's lawful, that we're entitled to do under Massachusetts law. So I would respectfully once again ask the City Council to approve this request.
Thank you, Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have one real question on this that involves things. Is this, because I was not clear on this from the documentation, I didn't get this of it. Is this pole 33081 that's on the corner of Loring and Linden, or is this the pole that's one farther down?
This is, pole 3308-1.
Yep.
And it is located, let me see, I did an aerial view of this one just to make sure I'm speaking correctly here.
It's on the corner of Linden and Loring, right at the
on a corner. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, I'll say that has a city light on it, just for those who aren't looking on their maps or Google Earth or whatever. That has a single wire to it that's powering a street light. So, okay, I had a little bit of concern about a couple of the other locations that were corresponded to that address. This one isn't really problematic to me.
Okay, you all set, Council?
So with that, so with that, I'm all set, yeah.
Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all the respect that I have for Verizon and any other businesses, they are out for business. We have to understand that. That's very clear. I mean, they wanted to bring some technology, but they do business. And we cannot let any business make profit on the expenses of the health or concern of the residents. I have to agree with the good Councilor Conrad, who say that they didn't do the work completely well, investigating if they're going to affect any family, any people concerned. We are here and we was elected to represent the people, not the businesses. Sorry to say that, but we have to be very clear. We got in the agenda 2 or more that's coming very close to my house. And like Mr. Williams say, I wanted to see if this is going to be okay for anyone or the other councilor who voted yes on the previous one. They're going to be okay to have one in front of the house. I wanted to make sure that we understand that we was elected for the people, by the people, and we need to do our job. With all due respect, once again, to Verizon. Verizon is a business company who they wanted to increase their businesses, even though they bring some technology to the city, but we need to make sure that we protect our people. We need to protect the health of the people, the integrity of our city. And this is very important for us to do. If we are not doing that job, we're failing to the voters, people who vote for us every 2 years, to make sure that we represent them and make the right decision on their behalf. So please, please think about it and make sure that we have the right decision. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth.
Sorry.
Councilor Hapworth is still muted.
Sorry, I did that.
There you go.
So I'm one of the councilors who voted yes. I'm also one of the residents who has one of these going outside of my house on this agenda, I believe. This is something that we need. First of all, I mean, I think council addressed it. I don't want to go into too much detail on this, but there is no reputable science that says there's any health concerns or anything of that nature. I mean, there's a litany of articles that have been written that disproving the fake science behind that. So I really wish that none of us are scientists on this council. And I hope we can put that aside and just talk about what's best for the city of Salem. And I think right now we need this technology. Clearly, we don't know how long this is going to last. I think to pretend that we know better than Verizon about, or the experts where to site these locations, I think that we need to sort of move forward on these and not bog ourselves down on each individual one of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a reason why each one of these is required to come before the City Council for our approval. If it were so straightforward and a good thing for everybody, well, the federal government would just say, go put them up anywhere you want. So they are required to come before the City Council for a reason. And it's our job to represent the residents of the neighborhoods and to speak for them. That's what we're here for. This location is in Ward 5, and I respect the good Ward 5 councilor's opinion on this, but like we did on Highland Avenue, which was in, I apologize, I think it was Ward 4. It was moved over to Ward 3 to the open area of the parking lot. So on this one location, out of respect for, I think her name was Deb Curran, who lives right next door to this pole, very close, and perhaps the person that lives right at this house as well, I will welcome Verizon to move this across the street into Ward 7, because all those telephone poles across the street are in front of the nice landscape area in front of the Sullivan building at Salem State University. There's no houses on that side of the street, and you're probably going to get just as good or better cell phone reception from the device. So why put it in front of a house when the homeowners don't want it? It's new technology. With all respect to all the counselors who are commenting on this, saying that it's safe, we simply just don't know. So for the aesthetic reasons, I say let's bring it across the street, put this one in Ward 7, next to the landscape area, not near anybody's house, and give these families a little relief to reduce their fear. Put it across the street. So I welcome, as the Ward 7 counselor, I welcome this to come across the street where there are no houses. And please, Verizon, please find better locations for these not near people's houses, just to be safer. So I'll be voting no on this one unless Verizon wants to do what I think is the right thing and withdraw their application like they did on Highland Avenue and move it across the street to the Salem State University side. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Andrea Armstrong. I just wanted to add that we do take into full consideration when we select a pole, it has to work for all purposes. And we do also consider the municipality and what is best for the populace. Those poles you're discussing are precluded from co-location for various different reasons. We do a full inventory of poles in the proximity of which RF has given us where the coverage need is, and we have to take into consideration multiple different factors. And obviously one of those is the aesthetics and the people of the community. But if a pole simply cannot be co-located on because National Grid does not allow us to, we can't even move forward with that pole.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's helpful or not, Council President. This is Dan Klasnick. But once again, as Andrea had said, I mean, if you look at those locations, and I'm looking at them online right now, it's probably like 20 lines running in between those. So there just they're not co-locatable because there's no physical space really. You've got primary power, you got secondary power. There's a lot of stuff on these. So there really isn't even a physical space for the equipment that Verizon Wireless would need to install. So I think that's what Andrea, means by it's not co-locatable.
Thank you. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just like to add to this too. absolutely blows my mind from Andrea and Dan that they're not even willing to hold off on this and look at another location. Not even willing to work with the residents. It really is a sad day, in my opinion. Thank you.
We, of course, are willing and taking into consideration your concerns. Those poles are fully loaded, so we can't explore an option that's not available to us by the landlord.
The landlord being the owner of the pole?
That's correct.
Thank you. Council Dibble, do you have anything else? No? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. At some point, we, and this is my second time speaking on this one, but the applicant has spoken on it between both of them, I think 4 or 5 times now. So at some point, we need to have the applicant present what they want to, and then we have a discussion on it. To have the applicants, and it's unusual with this Zoom format, but to have the applicants keep jumping back in and adding more and debating whatever we say, I think it's inappropriate. So every time they're going to speak, I might have to speak again on this over and over again. So we can't have it go on like this. I think it's inappropriate that Verizon did not.
Also, I'm going to cut you off. See this? I have the gavel. So we are in unprecedented times. If you want to speak again, you can raise your hand and I will recognize you and give you that opportunity. Unfortunately, with all due respect to my colleagues, if someone's going to make a comment directed towards a utility, and I'm not here to defend the public utilities, trust me. But if someone's going to make a comment towards a public utility, basically accusing them of not doing their job and questioning why they can or can't, then they're going to get the opportunity to address that. And I'm trying to be polite here. I'm trying to move this on. I respect everyone's opinion on this, but some of my colleagues, I'm just telling you, we were advised by council years ago to tread lightly on basing decisions based on FCC regulations why you don't want to approve this. You can approve them because you don't like it aesthetically or whatever other reason, but FCC rules, because these poles are in a public right-of-way. They are on a city street and or sidewalk, and the only reason they're coming in front of the city council is because they're in a public way. So let's be 100% clear and understand and be respectful of the situation. I understand some people don't appreciate these. They don't like these. I get that. Let's try to keep the debate civil. I understand that some people don't have concerns about them, but at the same time the applicant is doing their job based on feedback from wherever. They've determined that there is a need. So they're trying to fulfill that need. If we say no, we were entitled to say no. That means that need won't get fulfilled, and then some people will be without the adequate internet or whatever services they're providing. So I'm trying to keep it civil. Let's try not to take,
Mr. President,
shots at anyone. And at this time, I'll recognize Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are members of the public who wish to speak, but I just want to clarify something, point of order here. This is a public hearing. This is not a council committee discussion. We're not discussing an order or or proposed ordinance here. This is a public hearing. So it is within what we do here for members of the public and members of the city council to be able to directly ask questions of the applicant through the chair and for the applicant to respond. So that is well within what we're doing here. We're not out of order at all in that interaction taking place.
I'm giving the members of the Verizon some leeway only because one of them's calling in by phone and 3 members we have muted. So unfortunately, I can't recognize them because I can't see them. All I see is their name. So I'm giving them a little bit of leeway on this one. Madam City Clerk, I see a member of the public with a hand up.
Yes, I'm going to unmute Deb Curran. I'm going to unmute you, and you can speak with your name and address again, please.
Yeah, Deb Curran from 10 Loring Ave. I'm the person who is the neighbor of this particular case. I am curious why no education from Verizon. And I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask that question of the counselors or if it's appropriate for Verizon to answer that question. But, I was the person who objected to really not having any education from them or any marketing or anything. I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that question. I just feel like I've been kind of kept in the dark around all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, would you care to address that?
Yes, thank you.
And Daniel, for clarification, before you answer this question, if I may, could you just, I mean, we all understand the process that you've determined that there's a need, and then you've tried to look at locations. At what point are you required, I mean, can you explain, because these poles, I mean, some people have suggested putting a pole on private property. Can you explain the process as to why these locations go in public ways and on public poles, the poles that have already been cited?
Yes, most certainly. As I had said, as a wireless service provider, Verizon Wireless is entitled to non-discriminatory access to any utility pole or right-of-way, subject to reasonable engineering requirements of the pole owner. So I think fundamentally the way I approach this is the Commonwealth has made a determination that they want to actually encourage and incentivize wireless service providers to locate their facilities within the right-of-ways. This is something that has been indoctrinated into statute. So I think what Verizon Wireless, in identifying these particular locations, is really consistent with the entire idea or concept behind the statutory provisions that govern our ability to co-locate as we are proposing to do. I don't know, does that answer your question?
That answers mine, thank you.
In regards to outreach, I know Verizon Wireless provides information certainly on its website. It has materials available. We can certainly provide some materials to anyone. We can provide it to the city clerk's office to make that available as to what we're trying to accomplish with the installation of these types of facilities. It was our understanding, and what we were doing was in compliance with your ordinance, going through the process that has been required of us. We, as I had said, filed our petition as required, paid the fee, included all the plans and other information as required by the ordinance. So in our view, we felt that we were following the process, the abutter notification requirements, and this public forum. It was our expectation that this would be the opportunity to present our proposals to not only the city council or to any other interested parties. So we're trying to be responsive and sensitive to the community's needs. And we certainly, as I said, we're just trying to provide a service. This location was selected after a good deal of due diligence. I think we've explained why we can't go across the street. This particular location has the necessary line of sight to allow the signal to propagate. So we're not trying to act in an arbitrary manner or to offend anyone. We're just trying to provide what is an identified need to deal with capacity issues in the city. This is a type of facility we're deploying, not only throughout the Commonwealth, but throughout the country. I think it's something that Verizon Wireless and the communities that they are deploying them in is found to be very useful as we, as I had said, continue to try and deal with the exponential demand that's being placed upon the network. So we need to do something. These facilities have to be installed. That's the way it works. It's a network. Each site has to be compatible with the already existing sites. So there's a lot that goes into the design and selection of each location.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If these poles didn't exist over at number 8, number 10 Loring Avenue on that side at all, I'm sure that Verizon could find a way to make it work on the other side of the street in front of the Sullivan building, where the land is away from all the people's homes, like they do with spacer cable electric lines, where there's outriggers, on and on. There's many different ways of doing this. But the applicant just stated that the Commonwealth of Mass likes to have these out in the right-of-way and approves them in the right-of-way. So why not put the antenna on one of the Salem State buildings or on the smokestack that's still there? After all, those Salem State buildings are owned by the Commonwealth of Mass. So I suggest, and again, I'm going to be voting against this out of respect for the neighbors that live right there, that it go on one of the poles. They find a way to put it on one of the poles across the street, and if that's insufficient, then put it on top of the Sullivan building or one other buildings that are owned by Salem State, or rather owned by the Commonwealth of Mass. So I'll be voting against this one, and I'll stop speaking up on this one, Mr. President, now.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the public hearing be closed.
Council Terrell moves that the public hearing be closed. All those in favor? Those opposed? Matter carries. Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move for approval by roll call vote.
Council Terrell moves for approval by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
No.
Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hackworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Morcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
No.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
No.
Councilor Torium?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the Verizon's attachment to the poll on 8 Loring Avenue, we have 11 members voting, 6 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter carries. Further hearings.
We have an order for Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna at 198 Loring Ave.
Council Dibble. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Council Dibble. Daniel, if you may, please, sir.
Yes, this particular location, as I had indicated with the other, or stated with the other locations, located in the proximity of 198 Loring Avenue, near the Salem State University campus. The proposal is to top mount the antenna, which, as I had said, is a small 12-inch diameter, 28.7-inch canister antenna, and other equipment. The top height will be 36.4 feet on the 33.2-foot existing utility pole. For all the same reasons that I had already stated in regards to the other location, Verizon Wireless respectfully requests that the Council approve the location, the grant of location for this small cell facility.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Mr. President, I did not have my hand up quite yet. Thank you.
Hey.
Any other member of the council? It's in your ward, so I assume that they've already made their statements relative to why they wanted it. So if you want me to, I'll open up to the public.
That's true. I just didn't want to have to jump in too many times as I did the last one. Thank you.
Councilor Dominguez.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to emphasize my concern, which I think is many people concerned. For this matter and for other matters, we as a city council, I don't know if you, but we receive a lot of emails and phone calls. People are watching us. How come we cannot really come with something that really benefit the people? We always benefit the big company. When it comes to any other matters, we're always debating on or approving something on one side. This is people life that we're talking about, people concerned. Psychologically, people are concerned about the antenna. Business-wise, money-wise, people are concerned about the value of the houses. Elderly, youth, and everyone are concerned about it. How come we are not take a moment to listen to those concerns? Verizon need to maybe re-emphasize on the site. We need to make sure that they understand. Even though the law allowed they to put it anywhere they want to put it, we as a city have to control that to protect the people who we represent. I had to repeat myself again. After this one, I think it's coming another one. It's going to be one in Raymond Road. For the record, I live in 80 Raymond Road. I want to make sure, even though I feel the same way those residents feel, but I'm going to speak when that matter comes as a resident of Salem, and I want to hear from you guys a legit concern that allow me to understand why we, as an elected official, listen only for the corporation side. This is about time that we represent the people. We was elected to represent the people, not to represent the big corporation. We all do respect of Verizon or any other company. The health of my family is more important than any good communication or any technology. We are right now in a crisis that really bring the value of the most important thing, life. Life for me is the most important. Take care of my family is the most important. I think that we need to keep that in mind. Even though you understand it doesn't have any risk for any people's life, we do. I do. I cannot sleep, and no one can sleep with an antenna in front of the house thinking that that's going to be an impact on any health issue. So please consider it. Think about it. Reflect on this and make sure that we do the right job. Thank you.
Anyone else? Council Dibble doesn't want to speak, so we'll go to, unless you want me to open up to the public, Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last two before this one were both in Ward 5. And on both issues, both locations, I welcomed the antennas to be moved over the street, across the street, into Ward 7, out of respect for those neighbors. This one and the next one are in Ward 7. And I'm asking all the councilors to hear me on this one and to side with the ward councilor when I'm saying that these two coming up, this one and the next one, are simply too close to the homes that are here. On this one in particular is near the end of my street, and I walk by this almost every single night, walking my dog right down Pickman Road. It's near the corner of Pickman Road between Moffett and Pickman, right near my house. Not close enough that I think it's going to affect me, but I think it's close enough that it may affect some children that might live in the house right there. So I was going to ask the applicant how close the closest house is to, but I'll tell them. I measured it. It's 19 feet on this one, 19 feet away from an office on the first floor, 19 feet away from a home on the second floor. That's pretty close. So on this one, I'm asking for the support of my fellow councilors to reject this application because it's 19 feet away from somebody's house when the applicant could put it, and we've heard several times now that each of these that we're talking about now, the next one, this one, and the two previous ones, the lion's share of the reason for this is to support the use of Salem State students and the cell phones that's with Salem State. And I'm a Salem State graduate. I love the university. But there are many poles on the Salem State property that they could house one of these antennas to service the hundreds of dorm students and the staff of the university and the increase of cell phone use coming from the university. Put the cell phone antenna closer and on their property, away from where the dorms are, but within the parking lot areas or the landscape areas. So I'm asking each one of these counselors to respect my opinion and help this one and the next one. They are simply too close to people's houses, just like we did on Highland Avenue. We rejected one that was way too close to a house, another one that we rejected over in Liberty Hill Ave that was also too close to a house, and the cell phone operator found a better location that was further away from that house when we had a gentleman come in and speak about the health of his children. He didn't want this in front of his house. So far, we put these antennas right in front of two houses when the occupants of those houses were asking for us not to do that. This one is now in Ward 7, and I'm asking for the respect from all my fellow peers. Deny this one, please, and have Verizon site this in the parking lot area where there are no homes. I'm quite clear on this. This is too close. 19 feet, in my opinion, is too close to somebody's bedroom. Okay, so please, I ask everybody out of support for this Ward 7 councilor, please reject this one. Thank you.
Counselor, if I may, since you referenced it 4 times in your comments, what, in your opinion, because it's your opinion, what is too close or what is acceptable? Since you've referenced it numerous times tonight, because I'm just going to tell you, I cautioned you at the beginning about making comments about FCC rules. So now that you've brought it up, your words, not mine, what is too close and what is acceptable?
From the aesthetics of looking out one's bedroom window or their
No, Counsel, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Let me finish my response.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. From looking out one's bedroom window, the aesthetics of a device like this at 19 feet away from their house is simply too close. Okay, I know we can't argue the FCC regulations. It's a new device. I have my opinion of what harm these might be causing the human being, but it's not before us. From the aesthetic standpoint, let's reject this one and find a more pleasing location for this, away from somebody's house. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Prosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the weight of my decision is going to be based on the location of the pole and the feedback from the resident who was most affected by that. I know Councilor Turiel said that he would welcome that in front of his house because it would give him better reception. I respect that. I think that each of these is being taken individually by location, because the people that are most impacted with it probably have the most to say about this. I'm just disappointed that that Verizon didn't do a better job of reaching out PR-wise and convincing these people that these are safe. There's no science behind it. There's no evidence that suggests that there's anything that's damaging, and get kind of the blessing from the residents who are going to be aesthetically affected by this. So I'm welcoming the public opinion on each one of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to discuss the process on this briefly, there's always been an established set of rules for how these grant of locations, which are by charter something the city council needs to do. We grant pole installations on poles, all those sort of related functions. If an applicant doesn't like our decision, they can basically take some more time and effort and go around us to the state and so the Public Utilities Commission, I believe. I know we dealt with this a lot back when, especially Councilor McCarthy and myself, back when National Grid was doing their cable burial project when we were on the council. And a lot of us had some issues with the decisions they were making as part of the siting process for where they were going to put the cables, where they were going to dig. And in the end, what we learned as part of this was there were concessions that we could get, there were things that we could discuss, but ultimately it was, if we didn't go along, the state was simply going to, with some effort on their part and some legal costs on our part, the state was simply going to go around us and just say, go ahead and do it anyway. So that, I mean, we learned this back in those days. And another thing is, I do agree with the at-large councilor's point that better notification would be a good thing on these. And I hope that Verizon and other companies that are proposing these would take this to heart in their future endeavors, because I know there will be more of these installed. Yes, there's a legal requirement when you do a grant of location as to what the abutters get as a notice, what has to be done, how it has to be filed. But I would really encourage Verizon here and other applicants in the future to take this kind of issue to heed and do make a better effort to beyond what is just legally required, to reach out to the abutters of these locations and make sure that they're informed and make sure they know exactly what they're going to see, exactly what the installation process will look like, exactly what this will look like when installed, and eliminate some of this that comes up when we have these public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
I'm going to recognize Joe Fabiano. He had emailed me earlier that he would like to address on this particular matter, so I'm going to allow him to speak. Go, Joe, I think I unmuted you, so go ahead. Can you hear me, Joe? Are you unmuted? All right, you want to try again?
No, there he is.
Okay.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
Name
great.
and address for the record, please.
My name is Joe Fabiano. I own the property at 198 Loring Ave. And I just want to go on record as objecting this also. There is 5 little kids living there, 2 of which are right in that bedroom. Like Mr. Dibble said, it's 19 feet away from the house. And so when they look out the window, they're going to see that. And it's unknown. This is a new thing. In my opinion, same as Mr. Dibbles and Mr. Dominguez. This is new. We don't know what this causes or what it could. I just think you could find a better spot for it rather than 19 feet away from the house. I don't know what else to say other than I don't want it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, let's see, where is Peter? You with me for a second?
Yep.
There he is. I'm gonna unmute you, Peter Morgan. I have with a hand raised, so I'm gonna allow you to talk now. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Peter Morgan, 25 Valley Street. It's not my ward, but the whole idea of locating these things, it has to do with the safety of the workers. Those 3 wires at the top of the pole that run up, back, and down, that's 13,200 volts or 13,800. I forget which. So the telephone company or Verizon is not going to be allowed up in that area. So you guys got to figure out if you know what's on the pole. You cannot go up near the primaries. You can't put metal up there either. So whatever you want to do. But it's not safe for a phone worker to be up there. Done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I mean, I guess only because I'll refer to Daniel, if you could, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
The unwritten topic that's been batted around that no one wants to talk about, and I know that in my packet because I read it, if you could just, with regards to the antenna and its output, could you compare the output of that antenna to maybe something so people have an understanding of when people have, I know in the packet it talks about it complies to FCC regulations. Could you just state what those regulations are for clarity? Because I mean, I know some councilors are very passionate about them and they believe it's all about the unknown, but can you tell us what we do know and what it does compare to as we continue to make these decisions?
Yes, and I don't know if Ramsey is still on the call. He may be in a better position, but I can.
Do you want me to open it up to him? Is he the technical person on this one?
Well, he's the RF engineer. I mean, I can speak to the regulatory climate and the fact that the site operates in compliance with its FCC license. They operate on a very low power, as I understand it.
Why don't we open it up to, I mean,
but as far as this,
open it up to Ramsey.
that's just, yeah.
Madam City Clerk, could you unmute Ramsey, please?
Yes, I am.
He should be there.
There you go.
Yep.
Could you address that issue?
I am here, yes.
It's the third rail topic tonight that no one really wants to talk about, but everyone's kind of going around it. And I know it's in the packet and some members of the public at home haven't seen the packet. Could you describe how much power this thing draws, what kind of wattage, or, I mean, I know I read it, but if you could just, for everyone's clarification, if you could just detail that, please, just briefly.
So I don't have all the data with me, but I can say that it shouldn't go further than 8 feet. This is what the FCC regulations say. And we have here like a 20 feet away, which is kind of pretty safe from my technical point of view. And in terms of like a poor location, we do so much like propagation, and we do through a lot of like candidate selection to be able to select this specific candidate. That's, I think, then talk about the process before. And as a technical person, I really work hard to make sure that what we're selecting is the one we're going to go forward with. And again, also, we have National Grid's also decision on this. So yeah, this is what we can do so far. I don't know if this answers the question or there's more into it.
So it's a low output and it's FCC said.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Correct. Yes. It's a small cell. That's why it's called small cell. It shouldn't go so far.
Could you compare it to, I know in the past, because I've been here before, could you compare it to maybe an appliance in your house? Some people in the past have compared it to like a microwave oven. Is that correct?
So I don't have a PhD on this, but I would say that. I
don't have a PhD either. I'm just going back from previous conversations.
It's like maybe like a baby monitor. It is like a far enough comparison for me, and more like your Wi-Fi signal in your house. This is how far it goes. And again, I'm an RF engineer. I've been doing this for long, and I'm telling you, like, if I wish it can go further, this is how far it can go. And then after that, it's affected by all the water, by the rain, by your walls. So all of this, the power at your house will be so much dissipated. That's why you need sometimes Wi-Fi at your home, even though you have sometimes a small cell close by your house. So it's really not that much from technical perspective.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not basing any of my decisions and comments on the power. My decisions and questions are what the residents want that live there. And am I to understand that because the state says so, we have to vote yes or no, but basically we don't have a say in this? I'm a little confused. We're voting on something in our agenda, but I'm almost hearing that we don't have a right to say no to it, even though a neighbor doesn't want to look at it out their front window from 19 feet away, or another neighbor pleaded, please don't put it in front of my house. I don't want it there. I don't want to look at it. So my question to you, Mr. President, am I to understand we can't vote no on this when the residents are asking they don't want to see it in front of their house? I just want clarification on that. Thank you.
Counselor, as I've stated from the beginning, you can vote whichever way you choose to vote. All I'm telling you is you can't base your decisions based on FCC rules. The FCC has rules that govern, that allow them access to a right-of-way. Council Dibble has alluded to the fact that they should install these over at Salem State. Well, Salem State is owned by the state, but they're not a right-of-way. So they can't put them on private property. Even though the Salem State is part of the state, it's still not a right-of-way. A right-of-way is a sidewalk, is a street, and that's why the poles are located where they are. If a neighbor doesn't want to look at them, that's fine. It's 38 feet up in the air. But if someone states they don't want it because of the transmissions or they're afraid of the radio waves, unfortunately, the FCC states that we cannot base our decisions based on that. For clarity.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was my basic question was if a neighbor did not want to see it and did not want it in front of their house. I wasn't referencing the amount of transmission from it. I'm just referencing what the neighbors said, and that's what I was following. Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you're doing a good job on these tonight. It's difficult to have passion and emotions involved in this, but we just heard testimony that there's 5 children living in this house, and the owner of the property does not want it in front of his house. I think it's a reasonable thing, as we've done at least twice that I remember, that we've rejected ones in the past, and the telephone company will, the cell phone company will go and find a better location, and they come back to us, and we approved them. I gave you 2 examples. The Liberty Hill Avenue one, which a resident complained it was 20 feet from their house, and we rejected it, and a better location was found, and we approved it at the next meeting. And the Highland Avenue one, which was moved across the street to the parking lot side of Salem Hospital, where there are no houses. On this one here, we need to find a better location where these 5 children won't be affected by looking out the window and seeing this thing. Okay, I'll be polite, keeping it to aesthetics. We need to do our job and work for the people of Salem. This is in Ward 7, so I'm asking for the respect from all of my fellow councilors. Please reject this one. Verizon will come back with a better location away from people's houses, and I will approve that location. So I'm asking for your respect as fellow councilors. Please reject this one tonight.
Anyone else? Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, I'll try to be brief, but business has many people, many organizations, et cetera, to work for them. And I'll just ask the council, who do the people have to work on their behalf? And of course, that's us. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You know, all 2 years, like Domingo said, Councilor Dominguez said. Now, basically, I look at this, if someone likes the way this looks in front of their house and they want it, I'll support it. If they don't like the way it looks, they don't like the aesthetics, then I'm not gonna. If we turn down an application, they'll find another way to make it work. If we don't, they won't. It's as simple as that. So, thank you.
Madam City Clerk, do we have one more person, or is that the same person who raised their hand before?
It is Lou Williams. I don't believe he spoke on this site.
Okay, thank you.
So Lou, I'm going to allow you to talk. Just your name and address for the record again, please.
Lou Williams, 391 Lafayette Street. I just had a kind of a question for looking at this from a different perspective. I understand these poles have to be in the right of way. As a business owner myself for over 45 years, I understand running a business and having overhead and costs. Well, Verizon is a private company, and I guess I'm wondering why they can't just put the poles in the right of ways where they will be away from the neighbors and the houses. I understand that's an additional cost to them, so I hate to see that the council is voting for these so that Verizon can keep their overhead down. So that's my question. Let them put the poles in the right of ways, away from the houses. It'll cost them money, but that's the cost of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you. One more?
There is a Whitney. That's a where are you? I will unmute to allow to speak. State your name and address for the record.
Hi. Hello?
Yeah. Your
Hi.
name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Mary Whitney, 356 Essex Street, Unit 2. And just want to say I've been trying to join this meeting for quite some time. I haven't been able to comment because I didn't get the email with the password or the participant ID. I went on SATV and I called the number. I tried with Zoom, and it's like 10 o'clock at night, and I finally found the information on the city website. I did a search on April 23rd and finally saw the notice of the city council with the appropriate link, and thank you for, I'm now able to speak even though you closed a lot of the meeting where I had comment. That being said, I want to reiterate what the previous person said about Verizon being in business to make money. And it is a cost of doing business. And the residents also have a cost in their property value, which is the major investment of their life. I really think that Verizon could find better locations for this equipment. And I worked for a telecommunication company for several years as MCI. And I know, they're in the business to make money. They're not in the business to protect property values. They could find better locations for these in right-of-ways. That's my comment on this portion of the meeting. My comment on the rest of the meeting was not taken because of this format, and I want that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this one that we're speaking on now and the next one for Raymond Road, in between these two is Salem State University Central Campus, the old Sylvania property. There's three dorms and a couple of buildings there. There are several poles that an antenna could be located on. There's also, to the rear of Councilor Dominguez's house and the pole that's being proposed next, in front of one of their neighbors' house on Raymond Road. Behind these houses, there's a railroad right of way that is owned by Salem State University. The Commonwealth of Mass owns it. And on those poles exist various utilities, electric, etc. On those poles, you don't see a lot of transformers. So perhaps a single one of these antennas could go there, and it may eliminate the need for one on the south side of Central Campus and on the north side on Raymond Road to South Campus, because these two poles that we're talking about, this one and the next one, right in the middle is Salem State South Campus. I'm very familiar with the whole area. So maybe we can get rid of the one on Raymond Road and get rid of this one in front of the 5 children on at the corner of Pickman Road on Loring Ave, and have one of these antennas on one of those poles on the railroad right away, and have it not near anybody's house. And Verizon could be happy, and the neighbors with the 5 children, they'll be happier, and the folks that we're going to hear in a few minutes on Raymond Road, they'll be happier as well. So this one here I think should be rejected, and have Verizon go back and look for a better location for, I think the pole would suffice both of these locations that we're trying to put near people's houses. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting no on this one. And hopefully my fellow councilors will respect the ward councilor's opinion and where I'm asking them each to not support this one here, and have Verizon go back and find a much more appropriate location. Thank you.
Counselor, with all due respect, you're the one that has to make a motion. So if you don't, so you
make a motion.
There you go.
Council
Make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion.
I motion that we strongly reject the application and have them go back to the drawing board and find a better location. So my motion is to reject this application.
Well, first you'd have to decide whether or not you'd like to close the public hearing. So would you like to keep the public hearing open, or would you like to close it?
Let's keep the public hearing open indefinitely and do not approve or vote on this.
First of all, you can't. Indefinitely isn't a thing you can do.
I'm joking with you. That would be an option, but we're not going to do that.
Right.
So I motion.
It's been a long night already, and we still got a long way to go. So
I just motioned to close the public hearing, Mr. President.
You motion. Council Dibble moves to close the public. Yes.
Mr. President?
One last time.
Sorry. Yes, I guess I'm just trying to gain an understanding of the will of the council in this particular instance. We always want to work cooperatively with the community. I think that
Daniel, if I could, Daniel, on this one.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I will say, I'm going to try to be the voice of reason on this one. I'm trying to take passion out of this one. Right now, Salem State, the students aren't in session because they're all remote learning from home or someplace else. So I don't think the demand is very high at this time. So if Counselor Dibble has motioned to close the hearing on this matter, was going to probably move to deny this location. I don't know if this ultimately ends up being the only location, but he's given you other options, of which I'm not a lawyer. All I know is the public way is a street or a sidewalk. If abandoned railroad bed that uses a walking trail now would suffice, I don't know if that was looked at. I would just ask them, because we're going to be here all night. And
no, I appreciate that.
And I would say, while Salem State isn't in session, if we could just take a giant step back, because the demand isn't as high in that neighborhood at this time. Though I will caution my colleagues to also recognize the fact that we also have a lot of our school-age children that are at home, that are remote learning, and that we're looking to partner up with Comcast and other people in order to provide Wi-Fi so all our kids can remote learn. So I will also caution my colleagues on that as well, because that's a big hot button topic as well. But where these seem to be designed specifically to boost in and around Salem State, I would just, Daniel, I'm just going to ask you to delay these applications for maybe take another quick look and then come back. And if it ends up that we have to have this debate again about these locations because you can't find something else that works, or if you can't get an agreement with Salem State, because I also realize it's a quasi-state agency that it isn't per se a right of way. So I don't know how that works. And I'll leave that to you because you're the lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I mean, as I said, we certainly want to work with the council. If the council feels it would be beneficial to take a little more time and allow us to provide some additional information to clarify our site selection process, take feedback from the ward councilor, and look at the alternatives as he is suggesting. My client would certainly be prepared to continue this. I did just want to note in the motion to continue, because the FCC has published what they call their 60-day shot clock for these, which I believe would be expiring April, that we would be extending that and granting, additional time for us to undertake the necessary due diligence.
Okay. I appreciate that. I also want to caution my colleagues the fact that we did pass an ordinance relative to these small cell locations, that I would encourage everyone to go back and read that. We do have an ordinance on the books. So with all that being said, Daniel, so is it your intention on behalf of your client for these next two applications, the one specifically for 198 Loring Avenue and 28 Raymond Road, that you would like the ward councilor to move that the hearing stay open until such time that you can come back either with new locations or to proceed with these locations?
Yes, please.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think your years of experience on this council have shown just now. Thank you. It's a good idea. I'm willing to work with the applicant. I'm willing to meet with them and discuss this and find good locations for them. So I'd like to rephrase my motion that the public hearing be continued and left open.
On Council Dibble's motion that the public hearing remain open on the matter of 198 Loring Avenue. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter stays open. Council Dibble. Further hearings. Madam City Clerk.
We have a hearing, we have an order from Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna on 28 Raymond Road.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have members in the audience that have been waiting to speak on this. I'd like to hear from them. But on this one here, I did visit the site. I have talked to several of the residents in this neighborhood, including the ones that the pole will be right in front of their house. It is 20 feet. I think it's about 19 feet, 10 inches away from their house. So I rounded up to 20 feet. And this is right adjacent to Salem State Central Campus. So the pole in question could be back on the right of way and probably service the entire region of Central Campus. So on this one here, I'd like to hear from the residents, but when it comes back, I'll be offering the same motion that this public hearing be left open in the hopes that we find a better, more suitable location. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no other conversation, Madam City Clerk, will you please allow the individual, I believe it's Mr. Doward.
Yes, I'm going to unmute the phone number 978 that ends in 428, which should be either Robert or Doris Doward. So I'm allowing them to talk. If one of you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Doris Doward, 28 Raymond Road, Salem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So as Mr. Dibble said, we've had, the request is directly in front of the house. And we just feel that it's not an appropriate place to have this. We do abut the walkway, the biking trail behind, is directly behind our property. We don't see any reason why we can't put it out there. Why does it have to be in front of the house? It just doesn't make any sense. And then the other question I have is, you know, again, as I think Ms. Curran said earlier, this notice that we got from the city was the first notification that we had received on this. So if there had been some sort of a flyer to explain what it is and maybe a picture of what the antenna looks like would have been very helpful. This letter, as it was stated, the way it read that this was going to go on our property, and it was extremely upsetting. So, you know, if there had been a note that it was going to go on the light pole in front of the house, it might have been one thing, but it never said that. It said it was going to be at 28 Raymond Road.
Okay, I apologize for that. I mean, so I guess, Mrs. Dowd, the question is, the applicant is proposing to put a antenna on top of the telephone pole. So it would extend the telephone pole up another 1.5 feet, 2 feet.
Yeah, we understand that now.
Okay.
But
I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page. That's all.
Having been on the phone for the last 3 hours, no, we
Yeah, I know. I understand. I've been right here with you.
I know.
Okay, just as long as we're all on an understanding of what exactly I mean, I'm not, you know, where we notify the direct abutters, the people whose properties are in contact with the pole, and I'm going to have a conversation with the city clerk tomorrow about how we do that better, and on, not so much on our end, but also on the applicant's end, so.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, does anyone else got their hand up?
No.
The participants are dwindling. I think they've had enough of us debating these things. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the public hearing be left open in the hopes that we work together and find a much more suitable location.
Council Dibble's motion is public hearing be left open. All is in favor? All is opposed?
Further hearings. Mr.
We have
President,
orders from Verizon to us.
unanimous.
What's that?
Just for the record, those two votes to keep the hearing open were unanimous.
Yes, they were. Thank you for clarifying.
Those who can't see it.
For anyone who can't see, I just want to remind all of my fellow colleagues that anytime we take a vote, and if someone doesn't want to be recorded as unanimous and they want to record it opposed or present, make sure they make that aware to me. I do a quick scan of the screen to check hands, but just to make sure. But those both were unanimous. Thank you. Further hearings.
We have an order from Verizon to attach a small cell wireless antenna on 13 Washington Square.
Councilman Daniel, I'm sorry. With your phone number up, I can't remember your last name, Daniel.
Yeah, it's Dan Klasnick.
Thank you. As soon as you said it, I remembered it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Klasnick, can you the rationale behind this location, please?
Yes, exactly. Once again, this is a location similar to the other ones, to mount a single and canister style antenna at the top of the utility pole. It will be at a top height of 37 feet on the 33.8-foot utility pole. The location is in an area that has a lot of activities. I'm sure you're aware of by the Witch Museum and the other wonderful tourist locations that you have in the city. So this is a location where Verizon Wireless has been, really experiencing an extraordinary amount of demand on its network. And therefore, it is proposing to locate this facility to offload the existing macro and other facilities in the area to provide the necessary service.
Thank you. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we're saving the best one for the last one. It's 10:20. I think we're going on 3 hours talking about small cell antennas, and I think some of the lessons learned are really valuable, that more public education is needed on both fronts, from City Council and the applicant Verizon, to really put the facts out there so we don't have to have these long discussions about what the science is, what the concerns are. And I really just want to emphasize that as elected officials, we need to do our jobs. If there are concerns, seek those concerns before the meeting. We cannot sit here talking about how there's a crisis going on and spend 3 hours talking about small cell antennas and wasting a lot of time not having real productive discussion. If I were just to disagree with something, I would just make that motion and vote based on an informed research that I did before the meeting. This is not good, efficient governing. We are in a crisis and we need to govern with real leadership and efficiency. There's a lot that we need to cover tonight. So with that, I will say that I fully support this antenna, its location, because as we all know, especially on Halloween night and Halloween weekends, people who are crowded around the Conan statue, they often don't get cell reception. If they're looking for their loved ones, if they're looking to join back up with their friends, sometimes you can't get reception there. So I think this is a great location. It's in the middle of the PEM's property, and it's a good location. I don't oppose it, and I would move to, well, I don't see any members of the public wanting to provide testimony, so I would just move that the hearing be closed and just move on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council have anything to say about this location? Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, a real fast question. It wasn't clear on the plan to me where this exactly was being proposed. So coming in from Salem Common, heading towards the downtown, is it on the left side of the street or the right side of the street? And how close is the closest home to this one, please?
This is Dan Klasnick. It's on the left side of the street as you're coming away from the Common. This is a location that's not in, it looks like there's a parking lot on the other side behind it, or a towing company. I'm looking online here. So it doesn't appear that there are any homes or even any buildings near this particular location. It's a parking area. American Steeplejacks, it says. There's a sign on the fence. So I don't see any buildings anywhere near this on that side of the street. It's right on a parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. The residential buildings are across from the street. So the pole itself is next to the Daniel Bray house, which is recently renovated by the PEM. It's, to be honest, in Ward 2, no matter where you put these, you're going to be close to someone's home. And I think this is on the side of the street where there is no one on that side of the street. It's a parking lot. It's two historic properties. I think it's safe enough that we can not have to go around this whole discussion about how close it is to someone's home. So I'm still supportive of this location.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I just wasn't clear where it was going to go, whether it was on one side with the homes or on the other side. So I thank Verizon for finding a site that is away from homes. Across the street is a good distance from people's houses. And I understand the need for this. So on this one, I'm going to be voting in favor of this, unless if I hear from the good at-large Councilor Hapworth, who happens to live right there. If he's against this, then I may change my vote. But as it stands right now, I'll be voting in support of this because it's being located not near anybody's houses. Thank you, Mr. President.
And it's in Ward 2. Anyone else? Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very clear sample of what we debating tonight. All we say is we need to be very careful with people's life. Health of the people need to be protected. We see.
Councilor, I'm just gonna caution you. You can't mention. You shouldn't mention the word health in your comments. I'm just gonna tell you.
I had to say, with all due respect, Mr. President, that is health issue based on the scare of the unknown. A lot of people doesn't know. I have people calling me with psychological panic on that antenna, even though they don't know the truth. So it had to do with health, even though we don't want to hear. It's okay. It's also financial situation that we need to address. And based on that, that's why I made my comments. I mean, as a councilor at large, I receive calls from all over the place. And I say, and I repeat myself, we need to protect the people, even though we're right or no, but we have to hear their concern. And their concern is about health, based on reality, on fact, not only on what the companies say, I mean, Verizon, but what they feel is going to be impacting their life. So, and I'm sorry to say, but that was my comment. So my previous comment was based on that's the real debate that we need to have. I agree with the good councilor of Ward 2. We need to make debate. We need to debate any issue. We need to make sure that we really address everybody's concern, make sure that we hear everybody's side, based on fact or based on knowledge. But that's what we're here for. And I'm sorry that take a long time, but when it's come to life, when it's come to people life, we need to take all the time necessary to do what we have to do. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I see someone has a hand up.
Yes, we have Whitney, who did not speak on this hearing yet, so I'm going to allow her to talk. Again, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, Mary Whitney, 356 Essex Street, Unit 2. Probably the only Ward 2 person left here, past 10. I agree with Christine. We are in a state of emergency, and there's more important things we should be focusing on than this. You know, I'm a huge fan of the Bray House. I love that the PEM is renovating it. Not exactly sure where this booster is going to go, so I can't really opine on that. But here's, I think, a fundamental question about continuing non-urgent city business via this platform when there are other cities in this Commonwealth who have decided to suspend ordinary business. I don't really get it. And, you know, I'm technologically literate. I have internet, and I was not able to get into this meeting till whatever my first comment was, maybe a half hour ago. So
I don't mean. Do we have a comment?
You're going to cut me off.
I'm not going to cut you off. I'm just going to ask you, do you have a comment about the issue?
I do.
Okay.
My comment about the issue is, why are we talking about these boosters to benefit Verizon when people cannot participate in these public hearings and public comments are being closed without people being able to participate?
I haven't closed any comments.
You did on me like 3 or 4 times over this evening. earlier.
I
Because I was not able to raise my hand and I called in and I didn't have the code.
Ma'am, we're all trying to figure out this platform.
This is not a question of figuring out. It's a question of public participation in city business.
Okay. Do you
I
have
want it
anything?
on the record. Yeah. Well, if they put a tower outside the Bray House, I don't know, probably it would be great for the people at Halloween time to get their cell phone coverage. It's not near someone's home. No one lives in the Bray House. It's near a parking lot. Okay, fine. You know, as far as that goes, I don't have a problem with it. My question is about the fundamental premise of continuing these meetings without full public participation.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any members of the council? Seeing none. No more members of the public. Council Madore.
I already made the motion.
Council Madore moves that the hearing be closed. All those in favor? All those opposed? Council Madore.
I move that this be granted.
Council Madore moves this be granted by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prasnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the installation of a Verizon attach a small cell wireless antenna on 13 Washington Square, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Thank you for everyone from the public that stayed with us on this one and from the people from Andrea, Danielle, Ramsey, and Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully next time we'll be able to meet. Everyone stay safe. Thank you very much.
You too, thank you. Appointments and reappointments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appointments and reappointments.
The mayor's appointment of, we have the mayor's appointment of Darren Black of 1 Essex Street to the Commission on Disabilities for a term of 3 years to expire April 23rd, 2023.
Held under the rules. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's reappointment of Rosa Ordez of Forest Ave to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a 3-year term to expire May 1st, 2023.
Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Terrell moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prasnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's reappointment of Rosa Ordez to the Zoning Board of Appeals, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's reappointment of Tim Shea to the Community Preservation Committee for a term of 2 years to expire May 10th, 2022.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Dibble moves for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion?
Very quickly, Mr. Shea is an excellent candidate for this. He's done a great job on the board, and I would look forward to him continuing on it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, will you please call, Council Dibble move for confirmation by roll call vote. Will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prasnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's reappointment of Tim Shea to the Community Preservation Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have an order that the Salem City Council reappoint Ed Moriarty and Deborah Grail to the Community Preservation Act Committee with their terms to expire on May 23rd, 2022.
Council Sergeant allows me to go down, and I will just say I move for confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Sergeant. Thank you. I just want to say that Mr. Moriarty and Ms. Greal have graciously agreed to continue on in their endeavors, and I just want to say in today's what's going on today, we're going to be looking to the Preservation Committee with their insights into how to dispense some of the CPA money with regards to everything that's going on. So I think it's important to keep continuity in that group, and I wholeheartedly move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Presnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the reappointment of Ed Moriarty and Deb Grill to the Community and Preservation Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the sum of $416,470.14 is hereby appropriated from retained earnings water sewer fund account to the sewer system improvement program account for emergency repairs to Essex and Washington Street sewers and drains.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move for suspension of the rules, but I do not have the backing paperwork on this one due to a glitch. So if anybody has specific questions, I'm willing to send it to committee, but otherwise I would move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Turiel moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection. Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned, I'm aware of the details on the Essex Street work. I don't know all the details on the work that was done on Washington Street. I know they were working on that a couple of weeks ago for those repairs. I know they needed to be done, and they were done, and most of the work was on the Essex Street project, which was pretty major. I do not have the paperwork from it. I didn't get the backing paperwork on it with the letter, but I know the basics of it. So if anybody has specific questions on this, I'm willing to put it into committee if asked, but otherwise I know what was done and I know that much of the detail work and I know what it took. So I would move for adoption by roll call vote unless somebody wants it in committee.
Council Turiel's move for adoption by roll call vote. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Presnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the sum of $416,470.14 appropriated to the retained earnings water and sewer fund, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the sum of $51,227.33 is hereby appropriated from free cash account to fund the supplemental costs associated with the contract settled with the Salem Library staff. Going to full-time salary, part-time salary, Sunday rate, and building maintenance salary.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Turiel moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection. Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Turiel moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This and the next couple of, this and the next item are both contractual, excuse me, it's getting late, contract related. This one is due to they set a new contract with the library personnel, and that's where this is from. The next one is retirement buyback. So again, they're fairly routine business on negotiations.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none on Council Terrell's motion for adoption by roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the appropriation of $51,227.33 to the fund balance reserved appropriation free cash account to the account listed below, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the sum of $41,596.81 is hereby appropriated from the Retirement Stabilization Fund to cover retro salary as settled with the police patrolman contract, including retirees from the negotiations of July 1st, 2018.
Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Terrell moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terry moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is from a contractual settlement. So this is to take care of people that worked in a particular time frame, and including people who are retirees. So he's not a patrolman, but one of these retirees is right here on the screen in front of me. But not.
He has to recuse.
This one does not apply to him, so I don't believe he has to recuse himself.
No, I don't believe so either.
He can.
Councilor Prosnowski. Did you have your hand up, or you just?
Yes, I did. No, because this is a police matter. I believe that my responsibility is to excuse myself from this discussion. Correct?
Let the record reflect that Councilor Prosnowski is going to recuse. Council, could you just unvideo yourself for a second? Don't have to turn yourself off. The icon next to your mute. There you go. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Tim, Flynn.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank these patrol officers for their time with their city. They served long and proudly. I'm sorry it took this long to get this money to them for this retro, but I wish them a long, happy, and healthy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Anyone else? Seeing none. On Council Terrell's motion for adoption by roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. In the matter of the appropriation of $41,596.81 for the Retirement Stabilization Fund sick leave buyback account to cover retro salaries, we have 10 members voting, 10 in the affirmative, one member recusing himself. The matter carries. Let the record reflect that Councilor Prosnowski has rejoined us. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the sum of $20,000 is hereby appropriated from the Capital Outlay Fund to the McGrath Park Soils Investigation Account.
Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Terrell moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terry moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Terrell.
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. President. We've had some issues at McGrath Park in recent years after the renovation there. We got the new concession stand and restrooms built. We redid the field. We had to do a recapping of the field, and I don't have all the details here of exactly what our scope is, but I do know that there's been some investigation of other potential hotspots for contamination at McGrath, and this is to fund further efforts in that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the appropriation of $20,000 transferred from capital outlay to the CIP for the McGrath Park Soils Investigation Account, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We've been ordered that the sum of $6,836.88 be approved within the Retirement Stabilization Fund to be expended for the fiscal year 2020 contractual buyback for a school department employee.
Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Terrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. On a discussion, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a retirement buyback. Unfortunately, we have yet another Fury leaving the city government and leaving the city employee, and I wish Joyce a very good retirement.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the appropriation of $6,836.88 to within the Retirement Stabilization Fund for vacation sick leave buyback for the person listed below, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We've been ordered that the sum of $2,840.08 be appropriated from capital outlay fund to the Riley Plaza flagpole repair account.
Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Terrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Terrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. On a discussion, Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for some repair work that needs to be done on the flagpoles that we have as kind of like the centerpiece of Riley Plaza. It's one of our major places where in the city where we do commemoration and celebration and are doing flag raisings regularly, and the poles have seen a lot of wear and tear and need some repair work.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the appropriation of $2,840.08 from the Capital Outlay Fund, CIP Riley Plaza flagpole repair account, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Mayor's informational page, we already took care of that one. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Terrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salem City Council, City of Salem, April 23rd, 2020, ordered that the fiscal year 2020 monthly financial report dated March 2020 be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance, and I move for adoption.
Councilor Terrio moves for adoption. Any discussion? Seeing none. On Councilor Terrio's motion for adoption, all those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect that I did no objections. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Hapworth.
In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to the Traffic and Parking Commission. Be it ordained. Thank you.
Oh, I was looking forward to hearing it.
Objection. Objection, please. Objection to waiving the reading.
Councilor Hapworth, will you read this one's a short one. Can you read this one, please?
An ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to the Traffic and Parking Commission. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 12. Traffic and Parking Commission is hereby amended by 1, deleting the phrase "and commission regulations" as it appears in the second paragraph of Section 2-988, powers and responsibilities generally. 2, deleting the phrase "effective upon approval by the City Council" and replacing it with the phrase "pertaining to traffic and parking" within the first sentence of Section 2-989, effective date of regulations, limitations, and 3, inserting the sentence, changes to regulations shall be provided upon approval by the commission to all councilors and shall take effect 168 hours after notice unless 3 councilors request that a city council hearing be held to approve or deny the said regulation at the end of the first paragraph in Section 2-989, effective date of regulations, limitations. Section 2, the ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter. And I move to refer to the Committee of Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs. Co-post.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
under discussion.
The motion was to refer to committee. We're going to discuss referring to committee.
Yeah, under discussion. I move this matter be tabled till such time as we're able to meet again in City Council chambers.
You're asking for a vote on tabling?
Yes.
Seconded.
I second it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, will you please call a roll on tabling? And I just for the record, that is unprecedented because there is no date certain. I mean, there is no telling when unfortunately, I'm here by myself, and there's no telling when all of you are going to be back in this room with me. So, but I respect your emotion. So, Madam City Clerk, please call a roll.
1 second.
Yeah. It's just for clarification, the motion is to table, so a yes vote would be to table, and a no vote would be to allow the matter, well, then we take a vote on sending the matter to, the underlying motion would be to refer the matter to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs, co-posted.
Councilor Dibble?
Mr. President, I think the motion was to table it until we can meet in person.
That's
not
correct.
just table in general.
I don't believe that would be a legal motion because there's no date to that. It would just be to table.
The motion's to table. So if the motion's to table, then it would come back in front of the matter would then come back on our next agenda if it passes. You can't, I mean, I'm sorry, the governor has put forth regulations that we can meet via this technology. So the motion would be to table, at which time would be taken up at the motion to take it off the table will come up at the next meeting if the motion to table passes. If the motion to table fails, then the underlying motion would be to refer the matter to the Committee on License, Order, Legal Affairs, co-posted, and then we'll take that vote.
Okay, I'll be clear. I'm comfortable meeting with this in person. We have one of these ordinance coming up at us next is 25 pages long.
Discussion is not a...
We're taking up the matter that's in front of us specifically right now, this one.
Table, yes, Mr. President, yes.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore?
No.
Councilor Marcillo?
No.
Councilor Krasniewski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi,
No.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torrio,
No.
and Counselor McCarthy.
No. On the on the matter of tabling, the vote is we have 11 members voting, 5 to table, 6 not to table. The matter does not carry. The motion on the floor right now is by Council Happer is to refer the matter to the Committee on License Orders and Legal Affairs, co-postal Committee of the Whole. Any discussion? My only discussion on this one, Counselor, I'll keep it brief, is I understand what the change in some of the language is, but I really believe we need to look at some of the language, even in just these 3 simple paragraphs. But I'll leave that to committee.
Yeah. So,
yep, Councilor Hapworth.
Yeah. So the just to be clear, and I'll make this super brief so we can get out of here. This is essentially the same ordinance that came before the council in 2018 and ended up in OLA. The change, as recommended by the Traffic and Parking Commission, was to add a backstop at the end, which is a veto. Initially, it was by the ward council in the affected ward. They recommend changing it to any 3 councilors, bringing it before, having 7 days to bring it back before the council for veto.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Council Sergeant.
Let's keep in mind that this Parking and Traffic Advisory Commission, the Scribner's note left the advisory part out, was treated as a compromise and in an advisory capacity. And so let's, as we go forward, keep that in mind. And let's also keep in mind that during the middle of a worldwide pandemic, it's probably not a good time to start bringing in orders to change 30 pages of city council ordinances that were created over many, many years with the every single one of them with the advice and recommendation of the Salem Police Department Traffic Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Specifically on the order in front of us. Anyone else have a comment? Seeing none. On Councilor Hapworth's motion that this matter be referred to the Committee on License or Legal Affairs, co-postal Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councilor Flynn, you want to record yourself as opposed? You want to, okay, you did unmute yourself. You're opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so let the record reflect we have 10 members in the affirmative, 1 member opposed. Is that correct? Anyone else opposed? Seeing none.
I'm opposed.
You're opposed too, Council? Let the record reflect it's 9 to 2. Thank you. Further motions, order, resolutions. Councilor Hapworth.
Order that the attached draft ordinance, traffic ordinance amending Chapter 42, Section 75, resident sticker be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic. Be it ordained the City Council of the City of Salem as follows: Section 1, Section 75.
Council, you don't have to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
Opposed. Opposed.
We'll vote on that one then. on the raving it. We're not going to read 40 pages.
Council Sergeant, you want to read all 20-something pages?
I'd rather table this, but if we can't, then if we're going to bring in these things, people at home want to hear what's coming in.
Okay, Councilor Hapworth.
I mean, just to be clear, what's in front of us right now? Am I continuing to read the motion, or is it?
There's ordered that it be it ordained the City Council says follow Section 175 parking prohibited tow zones resident sticker. Article VA is hereby amended to delete the following. I guess you want us to read every single one of these streets, Councilor Sergeant?
I'd rather table this, but I believe we're on page. Are we on page 18?
I'm on page 19, sir.
Like I said, I would rather table it till at such time we can meet in person, but these are difficult times and people can't make these meetings, and if we're gonna be changing these things, the people at home deserve to know what we're trying to change. So again, I would rather table.
That's what the committee meeting is for, Counselor.
No one's suggesting we're going to take a vote on this tonight. The motion on the floor is to move it to committee.
Well,
If you're going to object and you want us to read the whole thing, then we'll go. I'll have Council Hapworth read the whole thing.
if he wants to read it, have at it. I would rather table this.
Okay, Council Hapworth, Council Sargent is now requesting that you, because he objects, wants to, which he's entitled to, you're allowed to object to waive the reading. So the objection is to read it. Go ahead, Council.
Order that the attached draft ordinance amending Chapter 42, Section 75, resident sticker be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole. In the year 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, Section 75. Parking prohibitions, towing zone, resident sticker of Article VA is hereby amended by deleting in the entirety the following sections within the table set forth in Section 75. Halloween resident parking originally adopted 9/15/1998. Halloween resident parking originally adopted 10/2/2001. Halloween resident parking originally adopted 10/25/2007. Peabody Street resident parking October 1st to November 1st, originally adopted 10/25/2007. Salem Common area resident parking October 1st to November 1st, originally adopted 9/15/1998. Washington Square area resident parking October 1st, originally adopted 9/15/1998. Washington Square area resident parking October 1st to November 1st, originally adopted 9/15/1998. And Winter Street surrounding area resident parking October 1st to November 1st, originally adopted 9/15/1998. Section 2, Article VA is originally amended by adding the following new section. Section 75A, parking prohibitions, towing zone, October resident parking, temporary October resident parking, permit parking. Residents of certain streets shall be granted eligibility for temporary resident permit parking, and certain streets shall be designated as temporary resident permit parking streets on October 1st to November 1st. Eligible residents will have a temporary resident parking permit sent to them in the mail and must display the parking permit, the written instructions included with said permit. Temporary resident permit parking signage will be installed on said streets. Temporary October resident permit parking shall be in effect from 5:00 p.m. to 7:00 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 12:00 p.m. to 7:00 a.m. Saturday through Sunday, October 1st to November 1st. Temporary October resident parking shall occur on the street to existing parking areas and shall not supersede other parking restrictions, including but not limited to handicap accessible parking spaces, parking within 4 feet of a driveway, parking within 20 feet of an intersection, or parking restrictions on a certain side of the street. Residents of the following streets shall be eligible for temporary October resident permit parking. Temporary signage shall be installed before October 1st, indicating streets designated as temporary October resident permit parking streets, and all parking shall be prohibited during the hours indicated except by motor vehicles displaying temporary October resident parking permit, temporary October resident permit parking prohibitions, towing zone, street from Howard Street to Webb Street, Briggs Street, Broad Street from Phelps Street to a point 150 feet west of Cambridge Street, Cabot Street to Cedar Street to Gardner Street, Cedar Street, Chase Street, Cherry Street, Cross Street from Saunders Street to Lemon Street, Cypress Street, Derby Street to Palfrey Court to Fort Avenue, Dow Street, Downing Street, Emerton Street, Endicott Street, Essex Street from Flint Street to Monroe Street, Essex Street from Cambridge Street to Summer Street, Essex Street from Herbert Street to Webb Street, Fairfield Street, Flint Street from Bridge Street to Federal Street, and Essex Street to Dalton Parkway. Forester Street, Fort Avenue from Webb Street to 39 Fort Avenue, Harbor Street from Lafayette Street to Congress Street, Harrison Avenue, Hathorne Crescent, Hathorne Place, Hathorne Street, Hawthorne Boulevard on the westerly side of the two-way section, Levitt Street from Lafayette Street to Congress Street, Lemon Street Court, Lemon Street, Lime Street, Lynn Street from Andover Street to River Street, Margin Street from Winthrop Street to Prescott Street, Milk Street, Mount Vernon Street, Nomkeg Street, Orange Square, Palmer Street from Lafayette Street to Congress Street, Park Street, Parker Court, Peabody Street, Phelps Street, Pickering Street, Pickman Street, Pleasant Street, Pond Street, Porter Street, Porter Street, Prince Street, Salem Street, from Harbor Street to Chase Street, Smith Street, Spring Street, Stearns Place, Summer Street, from Margin Street to Endicott Street, Vale Street, Ward Street, Warren Street, from Flint Street to Pickering Street, Washington Square East on the easterly side, Washington Square North on the northerly side, Washington Square South on the southerly side, from 38 Washington Square South to Washington Square East, Webster Street, Winter Street, Winthrop Street, Woodbury Court. Permits issued at Traffic and Parking Director's discretion. The Director of Traffic and Parking Department shall, in consultation as needed with the Mayor's Office and City Collector's Office and the Police Traffic Commander, grant other temporary parking permits as needed during the month of October as they see fit, either to residents with the special circumstances or business owners on streets designated as temporary October resident permit parking, streets, residents, or business owners that feel they are eligible for such a permit shall contact the Director of Traffic and Parking at the City Hall Annex. Downtown October resident parking. Residents at the following addresses required to purchase parking passes at either Museum Place Garage or South Harbor Garage shall be able to purchase the pass for $115 for the month of October in the Museum Place Garage, and then up to 176 parking spaces will be sectioned off on the roof as reserved spaces for these temporary placeholders. 7 Crombie Street, Bluestone Condominiums, 11 Church Street, Essex Condominiums, 281 Essex Street, Latitude Condominiums, 51 Lafayette Street, Derby Lofts, 50 St. Peter Street, Iron Bar Condominiums, Townhouse Square Condos, 141 Washington Street, free weekend parking for Salem residents. The Church Street West Lot and City of Salem Lot at the MBTA station shall be made available for use by Salem residents free of charge on weekends in October. Non-residents seeking to park in the Church Street West Lot on weekends in October shall be charged a rate of $30. Section 3, Article 1 is hereby amended by adding the following. Section 17B, municipal parking lot made available for local youth fundraising. Salem youth organizations are authorized to staff the parking lot at 297 Bridge Street and collect a parking fee of $20 per vehicle per day on Saturdays and Sundays in October, as well as on the second Monday of October and October 31st. Organizations seeking to staff the lot shall submit the request to the Traffic and Parking Director no later than August 31st. The Director will seek to allow as many organizations that qualify as possible be granted at least one date to staff that parking lot. If your organizations submit requests, then dates available. The extra dates shall be distributed to organizations that have indicated desire or ability to staff the lot on more than one date. If more organizations submit requests, then available dates, every attempt will be made to accommodate as many organizations as possible, including having multiple organizations staff the lot on busier and more heavily trafficked dates. Section 4, Article 1 is hereby further amended by adding the following. Section 17A, Section 75A, parking prohibitions, towing zone, October resident parking, $50. Section 5, this ordinance shall take effect upon as provided by city charter. And I move for referral to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Councilor.
Under discussion?
Under discussion. And for the record, Councilor Sargent has invoked his right, as any of us are, to, when we all make the motion to waive the reading. If anyone objects to waiving the reading, then of course, then it has to be read. So hopefully we all understand that it's not our will for any of the members of the public at home that we have to endure this. It's just that The rules are the rules, and if he wants to invoke that rule, there is nothing I can do as chair to change that. That being said, Councilor Hapworth.
So just to be clear, this is a recommendation from the Traffic and Parking Department and approved by the Traffic and Parking Commission. It essentially just takes a grouping of, as you saw in there, it's a grouping of ordinances that have been created over the last 30 years or so, deletes them, puts them into one. The major change being that on Mondays through Fridays, the resident-only parking is from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays, it's from 12 noon to 7 a.m. It also grants, as you heard, grants the Traffic and Parking Director the ability to grant temporary parking passes.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Again, I would just respectfully ask that we consider withdrawing these motions, especially the one that's going to be 20 pages long, and bring them in at a more opportune time. I don't think there's anything pressing with these. Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth, Councilor Turiel, and then Councilor Dibble.
So to be clear, I know that this looks like there's a lot in here right now. It's really it's a lot of streets listed off that create 50 pages worth of agenda here. But we're really talking about the order to which we've already dealt with, to send the first ordinance to OLA, and then the second one to clean up the October traffic and parking, and then later we have one around handicap, which is essentially a light version of. But really, the reason for all this coming in at the same time, as I understand it, is traffic and parking hasn't met for several weeks because of this pandemic. They met last week, and a lot of this stuff got voted on and sent off to the council. Recognize this is frustrating. It's not my decision to bring all of this here to the council all at once, but it's the way that this has happened.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Turiel, and then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make the point to this that, yes, much of this is material that has been in the city council before. There are some changes that I've read from what was originally submitted, but I'm going to also make a point, and I address this to the rest of the council, and particularly the at-large councilor. We are still doing our jobs here. There's no particular reason why we should not be doing our jobs here. And despite emails from some of the usuals who suggest that we should not be doing any business during this time, and demanding that we read multiple pages of an ordinance that normally would be a routine waiving, that's really kind of petty. I'll put it that simply. But this is a matter that we get in, we put it into committee. When the committee has the time and the bandwidth, whether that is in person or whether that is virtual or whether that is a combination of all the above, the committee gets it, then the committee acts when the committee is ready to act. And I will also note that the at-large councilor is a member of that committee who is objecting to this and trying to gum up the works more. I would encourage the chair to consider taking a strong hand with this and letting us finish our business for the night rather than watch, this sort of retaliatory action. Thank you.
Council Dibble.
Let me head that off, Mr. President.
We don't need to start taking shots at each other, but all right, Council.
No, I won't.
I'll just give you, yeah.
No, I'll remain a gentleman.
Thank you.
And I will not object, or I will not object to the waive and the reading going forward. But I will take my point that I really believe there's an effort to take away legislative duties from the Parking and Traffic Commission, to take away legislative duties that are our responsibilities, that are elected bodies' responsibility. And I resent that somewhat, as much as I can without being nasty about it. It's just something that's been going on for a while, and I think bringing in one thing at a time is fine, one recommendation at a time. But to bring in 30 pages of recommendations seems like a lot, especially at this time. So I will not object to waiving the reading going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply the wrong time to be doing this. These are permanent changes that affects almost every street in the city. And to do so in this manner, when the public can't properly and fully weigh in, we saw several instances today where people could not connect to Zoom. It took one woman two and a half hours to be able to connect onto this by running around, and she worked for 2.5 hours to be able to connect. It's like the two zoning changes that are before us now as well. I know they're not before us right now, but they're being heard during a process where the public cannot come and attend our meetings that may affect them. This is sweeping changes in the way that the city does business that may affect residents throughout the whole city. We should be able to do this. There's no rush to do this. I'm not sure why. So, Mr. President, through you, I'm going to be asking the mayor to stop submitting these things that are so big that should really wait until we're back together in a normal meeting where the public can properly weigh in. This whole, the one that the good Councilor Hapworth just read is a small one. There's another one that's 25 pages long. I'm not desirous of listening to the reading of the entire thing. I'd like to see the matter tabled until we can convene properly, or just table it, and then we'll continue tabling it until we're all back together. So with that, I'd like to see this matter and the next big one, 25 pages, and any more of these parking regulation changes be all tabled. Thank you, Mr. President.
First of all, for the record, let me state that nowhere on any of these orders do you see the mayor's name to imply that it's the mayor. It came from the Parking and Traffic Commission, not the mayor. Secondly, I will just caution all of you, because I will say, for the record, the city clerk's office and myself has spent countless hours behind the scenes trying to make these meetings as accessible and as professional as we can relative to the times we're in. And for anyone on this platform to suggest that they have some magic ball as to when we are going to be able to convene with ourselves, never mind if the limitations are numbers wise, I don't see the public coming into council chambers to hear matters for a while. I don't, like I just stated, I don't have a crystal ball. So I would suggest that let the matters go to committee, let the committee feel it out, feel what they can do. And then if at the point it comes back, you don't feel comfortable, I suggest you vote no. But at this point, I don't feel that we need Councilor Hapworth to read 20 pages of streets. And I will say the last one he just read, a lot of them are in and around downtown and in and around my ward relative to Halloween. So a lot of them was just cleaning up the language and stuff that has been into different parts of the ordinances, of which maybe it could have been handled a different way. That will come up in the committee. But for right now, we spent way too much time tonight debating whether or not we should be in session. And I think we all should apologize to the city clerk, because she has spent, I can't tell you how many hours practicing and getting ready to make these meetings happen in a professional manner so that we can still conduct the city's business. Whether or not you believe that we should be conducting this specific business, that's debatable. But right now, we've spent way too much time already on various issues tonight, and the motion on the floor is to send to committee. I don't understand why we're spending so much time talking about this. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wanted to ask to the whole floor, are we going to be discussing soon the budget? Don't we need to talk about other matters that are going to be able to help us move forward in the crisis that we are? I don't think that I agree with the good Councilor Large Sergeant. I think that we need to put a hold on this and try to see prioritize on what we need now at this moment that can help us to discuss the other matter that we have. I don't think that this one need to be on top of the list. We can concentrate the effort, continue to meet the way we are meeting on dealing with issues that directly impact the recovery of the crisis that we had. Keep in mind that we have a healthy a health crisis, but after this one's going to be a economic crisis. And every one of these matter, every one of these decisions that we need to make is going to be impacted by the economic that we're going to be facing soon. So we need to be prepared as a body in other topics that are going to help us move forward as a city. So I think that we need to weigh on this one. That's my recommendation, and try to see if we can concentrate on the budget or any other matter that can be more helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it a little ironic that we talk about how we need to wait on traffic and parking changes when we just spent 3 hours talking about small cell antennas. And there's no waiting on that. That was pretty important that we need to spend 3 hours debating on. Traffic and parking, especially around Halloween, is one of the most important aspects of bringing people to downtown Salem to park, to spend their money here, making sure residents know where to park, having a safe place to put their cars, secure place to put their cars. If Halloween does happen this year, the conditions must be ideal. We need to ticket every violation that we can because we need that revenue. We need to make sure the residents know where to park so that they don't go around looking for their cars. And if people want to come out after all of this over, they will come out. And I bet you they will want to come to Salem and spend money and have fun. Because I know we're all tired of staying in our homes. So these traffic and parking rules, especially for Halloween, if it does happen, we need to do the work now to prepare for it. I don't see it as trivial. I don't see it as not important. I see it as work that we put in now to prepare for something that we need to be prepared for. So I think we need to put this into committee and give it the opportunity to be discussed there. I welcome you to the committee. Everyone here can join to talk about all the concerns that they have, but we just need to move on. Now we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I had to stand up, sorry. Leg cramp. Anyone else?
Mr. President, quickly.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you. I agree. If there's something new to be discussed, we need to try and work on it as best we can. But taking duties away from the city council legislative body to put into a commission's duties is not the time to change something that's already there, like 30 pages of streets with resident sticker parking to go from being underneath the council's authority to a commission's authority. So if there's something new, yes, we should be working on it. Just changing from one to another isn't something that's new that needs to be worked on right away. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, why does it say 2 participants have their hands raised on my screen?
They do.
It doesn't matter.
If I lower it, doesn't matter. They can't see.
Oh, so it's not, okay. So I keep looking at the members of the council and I don't see the hands raised. Okay.
I know they want to speak, but.
No, they can't. This isn't a public hearing. Thank you.
Trying to lower them, but.
Yep, no, that's fine. As long as it's not one of us, that's fine.
No.
So on Councilor, if you see no further discussion on Councilor Hapworth's recommendation that these matters be referred to Community Ordinance Legislative Legal Affairs co-posted.
By roll call vote, Mr. President, on this one.
No.
There'll be people opposed, so it has to be by roll call vote.
Okay. We're not moving for adoption, but if someone wants a roll call vote, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
So roll call to move it to committee?
Roll call would be committee because the vote has to be, I'm assuming someone's going to be opposed, so it has to be factual. So, because the nature of the vote, so we'll just do it. Madam City Clerk, please call. A yes vote would be to send the committee. A no vote would be, there's no other motion on the table, so I don't know what a no vote would do, but.
Has to be majority.
Yep.
Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
No.
Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Krasnowski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
No.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. Madam City Clerk, was that 8-3 or 7-4?
7-4.
Thank you. On the matter of sending the matter to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs, we have, for a roll call vote, we have 7 members in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter will be now referred to committee, co-posted. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Hapworth.
Order that the following draft ordinance amendments be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole regarding Chapter 2, Traffic and Parking Commission on Chapter 42, Traffic, Section 50A, Handicap Parking.
Thank you. What page are we on after this is all over?
Page
25.
Huh? No,
This is 22.
Oh,
I know it starts on 22. Where does it end?
25.
Oh, the only one goes to 25? Oh, I skipped over that. I was already on to page,
So,
Yep.
okay, thank you. On, Councilor Hapworth moves that this matter be sent to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs. Under discussion, Councilor Hapworth.
Co-posted, please.
Oh, co-posted, yep.
this is just really a pared down version of the first traffic and parking ordinance that gave all authority around traffic and parking to the Traffic and Parking Commission. It's something they had been working on independently to just sort of bite off a chunk and have it be just the handicap parking they initially would start. So something that potentially, if the first one were to pass, then this one would not be needed. But regardless, it was something that Traffic and Parking had worked on, and they sent it through.
Yep, okay.
Mr. President, just for
Council
point
Sergeant.
of clarification, the original thing didn't give authority on parking and traffic to the commission. It made them a parking and traffic advisory commission to make recommendations to the city council. So I yield.
No, I realize that, but the matter that's in front of us is this one just is specific for handicap parking. So any further discussion? Seeing none on the matter that this matter about handicap parking be sent to the Committee on License Orders and Legal Affairs, co-posted Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councilor Flynn wants to be recorded as opposed. Anyone else want to be recorded as opposed? Seeing none. So let the record reflect that the vote was 10-1. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Ends on page 44. There you go. I knew it was coming up. Councilor Hapworth.
Order that the following draft traffic and parking regulations be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole.
Councilor Hapworth's motion that these matters be referred to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs, co-posted Committee of the Whole. Under discussion, Councilor Hapworth.
Yeah, this is just phase 2 of what was the previous handicap parking order, where that one granted the authority to them over handicap parking. This would, I guess,
everything else.
Yeah, everything else, essentially saying how they can exercise that authority and what.
Yep. And that would all be contingent on the fact that if we pass the order 2 back, correct?
Yeah, this would be irrelevant if the first one were to pass.
Yep, if you didn't change the powers, this would be irrelevant. That's correct. Any further discussion?
No. Just quickly, this is to take all residents ticket parking and put it under the commission control, is it not?
Yep.
This is take handicap parking and put it under the Traffic and Parking Commission's control.
All right, good. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, on Councilor Hapworth's motion that this matter be referred to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs, co-posted Committee of the Whole. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn is opposed. Anyone else? Saying no one. Let the record reflect it was 10-1. Any further motions, orders, or resolutions? Did Councilor Hapworth have a late file? Or did we take care of that? Is that
I do have a late file.
Is that under motions, orders, and resolutions?
Yes.
Yep, Councilor Hapworth. And for the record, this matter is undebatable, goes right to committee, but Councilor Hapworth.
1 second here and pull this up.
Yep, no problem.
That was the separate email, Counselor, the separate order.
Ordered that the attached traffic ordinance amending Chapter 42 be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole.
Councilor Hapworth brought in a late file. It's being referred to the Committee on Licenses, Orders, and Legal Affairs, co-posted Committee of the Whole, which is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councilor Flynn and Councilor Dibble. Did you want to be opposed to this one, Councilor Dibble? I can't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what the issue is, what it's in reference to, so I'll be opposed to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let the record reflect that the vote was 9-2 on the matter of bringing the late file into committee. All those in favor, all those opposed, the matter is sent to committee, 9-2. Any further any further motions, orders, resolutions? Seeing none. Committee reports. Council Torrio.
Yes, that would be a typo. That's Councilor Madore.
Wow, that is a typo. I was wondering why I said Council. I'm reading tag dash. I go, what's going on with this? Councilor Madore.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up.
Yep.
Committee on Ordinances, City of Salem and City Council, April 23rd, 2020. Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter of granting certain licenses TAC Day, Salem Academy Charter School, September 4th, 11th, 18th, 25th, 2020. Has considered said matter and would recommend approval.
On acceptance report, all those in favor? Let the record reflect everyone was in favor. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Councilor Madore.
No discussion.
Councilor Madore has no discussion. On adoption of the record, Councilor Flynn.
Yeah, would I have to recuse myself on this, Council President, if I have a student at the charter school?
No, do you have any financial benefit from them going out, Cannon?
I don't. I just have a student that goes there.
I appreciate that. I don't think you have a conflict, but if for a matter of appearances, I will say that Councilor Flynn has recused himself, and let the record reflect that the report was accepted 10-0 on adoption of the recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn did not participate. The vote was 10-0 with one member abstaining. Seeing no more committee reports, communication with city officials, none. Petitions.
We have a request for a hearing from Thomas Fowler regarding his denied public guide license.
Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, Legal Affairs.
Councilor Madore moves that this matter be referred to the Committee on License and Legal Affairs. Any discussion? Seeing none.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Really quick.
Oh, yep, go ahead, Councilor Madore, then Councilor Presniewski.
Very quickly, this matter will be heard under the committee and possibly an executive session, and it will just go right on the OLA docket. We do have a heavy workload, so I'm asking for Mr. Valor's patience on scheduling this hearing. Thank you.
Councilor Presniewski, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little bit familiar with this. I received an email, I think most of us did, from Sergeant Doyle. This is a request and appeal by Mr. Valor to be able to regain his license as a
tour guide.
Sightseeing tour guide. Sergeant Doyle has written in his letter that he has to present exhibits and witnesses, which is going to be a challenge considering the format that we're using now. I don't see how witnesses and exhibits can be presented on this platform. So I'm just looking for a little bit of guidance as to how, if this is going to be remanded to down the road, how are we going to be able to proceed?
I will defer to the chair, which is going to the Mass refer, but I will also say that Mr. Valor has retained counsel. So I believe that we'd have to work out some satisfactory parameters with his counsel on how to obtain what you just said. But with that, I'll refer Councilman Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I do appreciate the at-large counselor's concern. I will work with all parties to make sure all members of the committee get the materials, access to the materials, and knowing that Zoom allows us to share our screens, and I understand that it will be recorded, so we will try and work within the limitations and still give Mr. Valor a fair hearing.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Councilman Dorr's motion that this matter be referred to the Committee on License Order Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect there was 11 members voting in affirmative. Further petitions?
We have we have two drain layer license applications.
Councilman Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be granted.
Councilman Dorr's move that they be granted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on Councilman Dorr's motion that they be granted, all those in favor? Councilor Prosnowski? Yep. All those opposed? None. Matter carries 11-0. Further petitions?
We have one claim.
Councilman Dorr.
I move that this be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, Legal Affairs.
Councilman Dorr moves that this matter be referred to the Committee on License Law, Legal Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? Further petitions. Let the record reflect that it was 11-0. Further petitions.
We have one drain layer bond.
Councilman Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs.
Councilman Dorr moves that this matter be referred to the Committee on License Orders and Legal Affairs and returned approved. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Matter carries 11-0. Unfinished business. Council Terrell.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic chapter 42, section 57A and section 13.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Madam City Clerk. Council Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Terrell moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote. Any discussion?
No, thank you.
Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of second passage on the traffic ordinance, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic chapter 42, section 11, bus stops.
Councilor Hapworth.
Move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Hapworth moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call votes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. the matter of adoption for second and final passage, on the matter that Councilor Hapworth brought in front of us relative to
Bus stops.
bus stops, thank you. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Anyone else before I recognize Council Sergeant? Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully ask for adjournment.
Council Sergeant moves for adjournment. All those in favor? All those opposed? We stand adjourned. Great all seeing you all tonight. Have a nice night. Be safe.